Order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Adam Jogi.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will ask questions 1, 4, 8, 9 and 14 together. Economic growth is the priority for this government, and our industrial strategy is central to achieving it. Last week, I co-hosted a roundtable with the Minister for the Economy, Keir Starmer, and business organisations to discuss how we can work together to ensure that the industrial strategy benefits Northern Ireland.
Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Northern Ireland, like Newcastle and Lyme, has a very proud industrial heritage. So can the Secretary of State expand on his answer and give us a flavour of the specific discussions he's had with industry, higher education institutions and the executive on making sure that Northern Ireland is right alongside Newcastle and Lyme at the heart of the government's new industrial strategy?
Secretary of State.
Well, Northern Ireland does indeed have a great industrial heritage. An example of that is, of course, Titanic Studios, which was the paint shed for Harland and Wolff and now hosts a lot of filmmaking in Northern Ireland. And another example of that is the revival of Harland and Wolff, which, thanks to the takeover by Navantia, is going to be building the 3 new Fleet Solid support ships for the Navy. Those are 2 really good examples of Northern Ireland's strength.
Adam Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the UK industrial strategy is of deep importance to residents in Northern Ireland, as it is in Erewash, where we are currently in the process of redeveloping New Stanton Park to form a new industrial future from the rubble of our famous former ironworks?
Secretary of State.
Well, I do indeed, and I wish my honourable friend every success with the new Stanton Park development. But I have to say that the round table that I co-chaired last week, we had representatives from manufacturing, from cyber, from small businesses, from Alchemy and the chambers in Derry, Londonderry and Causeway Coast. And those businesses can see great opportunities resulting from this strategy for the people and the businesses of Northern Ireland.
Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. A core objective of the government's modern industrial strategy is to unleash the full potential of our cities and regions, which is as true in Northern Ireland as it is in my constituency of Harlow. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that Northern Ireland's 4 city growth deals, which the government committed to at the budget, can play a vital role in this?
Secretary of State.
Well, I wish Harlow every success as well. The city and growth deals are really important to the economic future of Northern Ireland. The government is investing together with the executive, private sector partners and businesses a very considerable amount of money, and among the projects that those city and growth deals will support are those relating to digital innovation, decarbonisation and digital health, yet another example of the great strength of the Ireland economy.
If we want to boost productivity, drive clean, green power and build a resilient economy across the UK, collaboration is going to be essential. So can the Secretary of State set out what political engagement he's had with business leaders and other politicians on working together to deliver the best for Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question. Last Thursday, I visited Foyle Port, and Foyle Port has an innovation park, and there is going to be built there a new data centre which will be able to tap into the renewable energy that is available alongside it. Now, that is a really good example of the port thinking about its economic future, how we're going to get new businesses in, drawing on the great strength that Northern Ireland has in renewable energy, and I hope we see more such developments.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just, you were looking at the other Jim, you know. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for...
Jim, you stand back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Falkirk saw firsthand the failure of governments to collaborate in the previous Parliament. What engagement has he had with political business leaders and sector leaders such as those in bus manufacturing to work together to deliver the best for Northern Ireland?
Well, my honourable friend gives me the chance to talk about the great success of Wrightbus in Ballymena, which has won a huge new order from Go Ahead, is making electric and hydrogen buses of the future. They're taking on more staff, and I would encourage anyone who is thinking around the United Kingdom are buying buses for their fleet to look and see what is available at Wrightbus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Secretary of State for his answers. Can the Secretary of State further outline what representation he has had with Cabinet colleagues to ensure that the UK industrial strategy pays more than lip service to the position of Northern Ireland, when we understand that our manufacturing industry, as seen in aerospace, shipbuilding and defence industry, which has a global reputation as being top class? And how will the Secretary of State advocate for our own government to invest in these sectors even further and even better? Thank you so much.
Well, I have already pointed out to the House examples of that investment. In relation to Harland Wolff, I would add the order that's going to Thales to make more missiles for Ukraine, which will create an additional 200 jobs. Northern Ireland, as I think the answers I've given already demonstrate, has enormous strengths, and the task of the strategy and all of us is to build on them.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State give safeguards on the benefits of UK industry strategy, such as economic growth, innovation, research and development, against the adverse effects from the Windsor framework?
Well, the Windsor framework is a necessity arising from our departure from the European Union, because you've got two trading entities with different rules and an open border. And some arrangement had to be put in place in order to manage that. But the goods are continuing to flow both ways across the Irish Sea. And I would point out to the honourable gentleman that the growth rate in Northern Ireland is higher than the UK as a whole. It also has the lowest unemployment in the UK.
Ben Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Apologies.
It's the last call for a while.
I'll write to you later, sir. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Secretary of State, in regards to the international trade that the member of North Down just mentioned, can I ask him what assessment is being made in regards to the UK industrial strategy, actually, and the impact of US tariffs that may come on Northern Ireland goods manufactured?
Well, we will discover more later on today about the decision that we're told the US administration is about to make. Tariffs are not good for any country. They're not good for the global trading system. But we will have to see what the consequences are. Any tariffs that the United States of America puts on the United Kingdom will be felt equally in Northern Ireland and in Great Britain, but we will not hesitate to take the action that is necessary to respond, but we're not going to take snap decisions, because we are also trying to negotiate an economic agreement with the United States of America.
Jim Allister.
An industrial strategy would be very welcome, but isn't the reality that any assistance under an industrial strategy in Northern Ireland would be subject to EU state aid rules? Any raw materials to industry in Northern Ireland come from GB would have to pass through the international EU customs border, and many goods would have to be made to EU, not UK standards. Therefore, unless or until we get rid of those hindrances, how do we liberate such a strategy?
Well, as I pointed out in answer to the previous question, the Windsor framework that was negotiated by the previous government, a huge improvement on the Northern Ireland Protocol, is the only available means of managing the challenge: two systems, two different sets of rules, open border. And not all members of the House may want to recognise that fact, but it is a fact, and we have to deal with it.
Colin Eastwood.
The Secretary of State will be aware that over the last couple of decades, investment from US companies in Northern Ireland has been very important for economic growth and cementing the peace process. As we all wait the announcement from the President of the United States later today, will the Secretary of State give some thought to supporting businesses that could be very detrimentally affected by any potential tariffs in Northern Ireland?
Well, we are going to have to wait and see what the US administration decides. And as I've already indicated, the government will take the steps that are necessary in the national interest. But we are seeking to negotiate an agreement. And that work is continuing, notwithstanding what is announced later today.
Shadow Secretary of State Alex Back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House has heard, later today we are expecting Washington to announce the biggest changes to its tariff regime in a generation. This may cause huge disruption to industry and business throughout the United Kingdom, and that disruption may be particularly felt in Northern Ireland. What guidance has the government provided to businesses in Northern Ireland to help them prepare for different scenarios?
Well, we don't yet know what, apart from the tariff on cars and the tariff on steel and aluminium, what else the US administration may announce later today. But the effects of any tariffs, if they are imposed, will be felt equally in Northern Ireland and across the rest of the United Kingdom. We will have to deal with the consequences when we know what the US administration has decided.
Alex Burkhardt.
Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that reveals that the government hasn't provided business with any information to help it prepare for the different scenarios that may be emerging. Now, as the Secretary of State will be aware, in some scenarios, Northern Ireland, because of its unique arrangements, may be particularly disadvantaged in a trade war. If that happens, will the Secretary of State confirm to the House that the government will be prepared to use Article 16 of the Windsor Framework to take unilateral safeguarding measures to protect businesses in GB and Northern Ireland?
Well, in respect of tariffs that affect the whole of the United Kingdom, as I've already said to the honourable gentleman, we'll have to see what they are and take the appropriate action in response. If the EU retaliates, then there is an issue in respect of Northern Ireland, as he will be well aware, but there is the tariff reimbursement scheme, which he will be aware of, and that means that provided those businesses can demonstrate that the goods they have bought from the United States of America are not leaving the United Kingdom, then they can get that tariff reimbursed.
Look back.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 2 and 10 together. The government's commitment to increase defence expenditure to 2.5% of GDP from April 2027 will provide an opportunity for defence companies in Northern Ireland to secure investment and create jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Teesside has strong and enduring ties with Northern Ireland, and of course we remember the contribution that the late Mo Mowlam made and the legacy she left, but economically as well. Does my right honourable friend agree that the government's historic uplift in defence spending can deepen those ties and ensure jobs and growth across the UK?
I do indeed agree with my honourable friend, because it is an opportunity for UK defence businesses, including in Northern Ireland, to take advantage of the increased defence expenditure. I've already indicated to the House Carlis and Harlan Wolff where the government is investing in Northern Ireland already.
Rhoda Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK defence industry supports hundreds of thousands of good jobs and represents UK manufacturing at its best. Can the Secretary of State outline what the government is doing to support the defence sector in Scotland and in Northern Ireland?
Well, the most important thing we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is to increase defence expenditure, which will provide the opportunities I referred to a moment ago. I would also very much welcome the step that the Ministry of Defence has taken to announce a new hub for small and medium-sized enterprises so they can have better access to the defence supply chain, and the MOD has also committed to set by July this year a target for spending on SMEs.
Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State may recall that 2 years ago I launched a report that highlighted Northern Ireland receives 1/5 of the UK average spend in relation to defence, and that incorporates the commitment for Harlan Wolff, which I worked on and greatly welcome. I welcome the announcement of £1.6 billion of a contract for Talis, but does he accept that the last government committed to a thorough and thoughtful publication of how they would support continued growth within the Northern Ireland defence sector, and will he commit similarly to do so?
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his question. The Ministry of Defence have agreed to deliver precisely the safeguarding the Union commitment through their defence industrial strategy, which is going to look at how the UK's defence technological and industrial base can contribute to the government's growth mission, including in Northern Ireland.
Kemi Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, to the Secretary of State for that response. Today, this afternoon, this House of Commons will recognise 125 years of the Irish Guards as a British regiment. And so when we consider the capacity to arm those to defend us, should we not also continue our resolve to defend those who stand up for the values of this nation? In terms of legacy, will the Secretary of State commit to defend those who defended us?
Secretary of State.
I certainly will. And those who served in Operation Banner were protecting the people of Northern Ireland and standing up for the values of our country. And we've discussed that a great deal recently, and since I last had the opportunity to address the House, he will have seen the decision that the Ministry of Defence has taken to judicially review the Clonoe inquest verdict, a decision that I support.
Lyndon.
Over eager, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, please.
Minister.
Great British Energy will operate across the whole of the United Kingdom, helping to reduce our reliance on imported gas and bring down energy bills. UK ministers and GB Energy will work with the Northern Ireland Department of the Economy to explore opportunities to increase clean energy deployment by 2030, starting with £1.6 million of funding to the Executive for sustainable energy.
Very Lyndon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Abandoning the 2050 net zero target shows the Tory leader has learned nothing from her party's historic election. Does the Minister agree with me that Northern Ireland has a huge amount to gain from this Labour government working together with the Northern Ireland Executive on the transition to clean power, and can she update us on any recent discussions she's had with the Executive?
Minister.
The Conservatives' energy policy for the last 14 years and now fails to bring down bills, still relying on expensive oil and gas, fails to invest in green jobs and fails future generations on climate change. But this government is investing in the new technologies we need. 2 weeks ago, I was delighted to join the UK Minister for Energy Security and Net Zero at Ulster University to see their cutting-edge renewable energy and solar panel development and the benefits that the clean energy transition can bring to Northern Ireland, and I'm also working with the Executive on this.
Samuel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In pursuit of the unrealistic and costly net zero policies of this government, the government has committed billions of pounds to carbon capture, has guaranteed long-term prices to renewable energy sources, which has added to consumer bills, and set up GB Energy, a costly quango. One project which is likely to apply to GB Energy is the massive wind farm which is being proposed off the coast of Northern Ireland, adjacent to the World Heritage Site of the Giant's Causeway, a major tourist attraction in Northern Ireland. Will the Minister commit to ensuring that GB Energy does not support a project which would have a detrimental effect on our tourist industry?
Minister.
Where wind farms are positioned will be subject to the normal planning processes, but the wind farm and solar power offers huge opportunities to Northern Ireland. Net zero is the future, reliance on expensive oil and gas is the past. These bills will come down and jobs will grow with the new technologies that we can bring forward.
Sarah Bull.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
The record £18.2 billion funding settlement for 25-26 will provide Northern Ireland with funding in line with its independently assessed level of need, and it is now for the Executive to decide how this funding is spent.
Sarah Bull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Royal College of GPs in Northern Ireland has said that the hike in national insurance contributions will be catastrophic for GP surgeries. So with many practices teetering on the edge, why are the ministers not doing more to support and talk to their colleagues in the Treasury?
Well, I point out to the honourable member that the last government left. Well, no, however much they may deny it, the last government left a fiscal black hole that had to be filled, and the increase in expenditure that resulted from the autumn budget is helping to fund, in part, the record settlement that the Northern Ireland Executive has got for 25-26.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tony Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Northern Ireland Select Committee is soon to publish its first report to the House on the funding of public services, and the issue of revenue raising by the Executive continues to be highlighted. What conversations is he having with the Executive to help deliver longer-term financial sustainability in Northern Ireland?
Well, I have regular discussions with the Executive about the financial situation and their plans. The truth is very simple. All governments around the world, including the Northern Ireland Executive, have choices to make with the resources they've got available as to whether they seek to raise revenue to fund more things, including further investment in health. Those are choices for the Executive to make, but if they don't make those choices, they have less funds than would otherwise be available to them.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Dr Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, Belfast Chamber, which represents 600 businesses, warned that many Northern Irish businesses are being forced to freeze growth plans, halt recruitment, and in some cases cut jobs to absorb rising costs as a consequence of rising employer national insurance contributions, due to take effect in just 4 days. So can I ask the Secretary of State, what practical discussions is the Secretary of State having with the Northern Ireland Executive to support SMEs, which are the future of Northern Ireland's growth?
Well, of course, the increase in employers' national insurance is going to be difficult for some firms. That is clearly the case. But, as I said, the Northern Ireland economy has the fastest rate of growth, growing faster than the rest of the United Kingdom. It has low unemployment. And the rest of questions today has highlighted the huge areas of potential that the Northern Ireland economy has to continue to grow and to create new jobs and new businesses.
Prime Minister Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Northern Ireland Farming Minister estimates that 3/4 of dairy farms in Northern Ireland could be hit by inheritance tax following the Chancellor's disastrous changes. Given the particularly high cost of agricultural land compared to farming incomes in Northern Ireland, does the Secretary of State recognise that the budget is a direct threat to family farms and thousands of livelihoods across Northern Ireland?
Well, I would say that the figures that the Honourable Gentleman has just referred to do not reflect the assessment that the Treasury has made about the number of farms that will be affected, which is based on claims that were submitted in the past. I understand the concern that the farming industry has got, but the Treasury is very clear, one, that it will not hit a majority of farms, and two, we have to do something about very big landowners who buy a lot of land in order to avoid inheritance tax.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Number 6, please, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Public sector reform is a priority for this government, and I very regularly meet with Northern Ireland executive ministers. I very regularly meet with Northern Ireland executive ministers, unions and public service providers. Most recently, the government and executive agreed £129 million of funding for public service transformation for health, special educational needs, justice and wastewater.
Terry Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome what the Minister has said about public service reform being a shared challenge. Does she agree with me that it's in the interest of patients and people in Northern Ireland and in England for the Executive and the Government to share knowledge and best practice about what works?
Minister.
I absolutely agree. This issue of public service transformation is not just about funding, it's about how to spend the money that the Northern Ireland Executive has got with the record £18.2 billion settlement. Health is devolved, but we work together to share best practice, expertise, as well as agreeing £61 million of funding recently for multidisciplinary teams in GP surgeries. We need jointly to create an NHS fit for the future and to work together to do that, and I'll be meeting with the Health Minister again in Northern Ireland this week.
Gregory Campbell.
Mr Speaker, any future discussions that she will have with Northern Ireland ministers about the reform of the public sector, will she ensure that it includes the need for many parts of that public sector to ensure that their employment practices and procedures result in workforces that are more broadly representative of the working age population, as the unionist community in many sectors are underrepresented and have been in the public sector for many years?
Minister.
Workforce challenges are a huge part of public service transformation. There are workers across Northern Ireland doing fantastic work in health, in education, in justice, and they need to be supported to do that and to be representative of the community. Those issues about workforce are a devolved issue, but they are important. But supporting our workforce, working with unions as well to do this, is an important part of our working together in an active partnership with the Executive.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I wish to inform the House about my recent trip to Ukraine. It was at the invitation of Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Rada in Ukraine. I joined speakers from across Europe in a memorial service to mark the 3rd anniversary of the Bucha massacre and to hear the important testimony of the survivors of this terrible atrocity. I also delivered a speech at the Bucha summit, which was opened by the President of Ukraine, and took with me specific cross-party messages of solidarity from the House of Commons, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Liberal Democrats. The appreciation felt by the people of Ukraine at the support offered by this House, the people of the United Kingdom, should not be underestimated. Indeed, his nightly address on Monday, President Zelensky explicitly expressed his thanks to the United Kingdom for the support provided to them. Order, order. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. John Grady.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just picking up on your comments, can I say that on Monday night I spoke to President Zelensky and he wanted me to pass on to you his thanks for attending in Ukraine, particularly on the 3rd anniversary of the massacre at Bucha, which I've been to Bucha. It's a terrible, terrible 3rd anniversary, so I pass on those thanks. Mr. Speaker, we've been preparing for all eventualities ahead of the confirmation of US tariffs later today. Let me be clear with the House. A trade war is in nobody's interests, and the country deserves, and we will take, a calm, pragmatic approach. That's why constructive talks are progressing to agree a wider economic prosperity deal with the US. That's why we're working with all industries and sectors likely to be impacted. Our decisions will always be guided by our national interest, and that's why we have prepared for all eventualities, and we will rule nothing out. Mr. Speaker, our deepest sympathies are with the people of Myanmar and Thailand. We are sending immediate life-saving support to assist their efforts. May I also extend my personal condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of Christina McKelvey. She was much loved and will be sorely missed, especially by our colleagues in the SNP here and in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
John Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the full state pension will rise by £472 a year, putting money in the pockets of pensioners in Glasgow and across the United Kingdom. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that this rise is only possible because of Labour's plan for change and our commitment to the triple lock? Well, he's absolutely right. We can commit to the triple lock because we've restored stability after they crashed the economy. And that means, Mr. Speaker, next week 12 million pensioners will receive up to £470 more. That's an extra £1,900 over this Parliament, including 1 million pensioners in Scotland. And the contrast couldn't be clearer. The Shadow Chancellor called the triple lock unsustainable, and the Leader of the Opposition wants to means test the state pension so that she can cut it.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, the triple lock was a Conservative policy. Rather than...
order. I know. You was inadvertently said. Carry on, Leader.
Rather than the Prime Minister congratulating himself for what we did, why don't we talk about what he's doing? Yes. From Sunday, Labour's jobs tax will mean many British businesses face a terrible choice: to cut wages, put up prices, or sack their staff. What is the Prime Minister's advice to those businesses?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she says the triple lock was Conservative policy. It was once thought to be the party of sound finances, but they blew all of that. Mr. Speaker, she asked what we're doing. We're clearing up the mess that they left. We're dealing with global instability, and we recognise the pressures that are bearing down on businesses and individuals and working people. That's why we're rolling up our sleeves. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to announce the national living wage increasing by £1,400. For millions of workers. We've announced £150 for the Warm Homes discount, extended now to 6 million households. That's 1 in 5 families. And wages are going up faster than prices. And never forget, the party opposite, worst living standards on record, inflation up to 11%, public services left on their knees.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, the only mess is the one that he made with his budget. They had an emergency budget last week that fixed nothing. He says he's bringing stability. All we see is fragility. During the election, the Prime Minister also promised that he would not increase taxes on working people. But even the OBR says that the jobs tax will be passed on to workers. On average, families will be £3,500 poorer. Why should anyone trust him again?
Prime Minister.
Well, her fantasy figure is about as much use as Liz Truss's economic planning. And she turns up every week to carp from the sidelines about the decisions we made at the budget. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, she held a press conference, and she couldn't say whether she would reverse the decisions that we made at the budget. Now, I understand, because she can't bring herself to say that she doesn't want the investment of an extra £26 billion in our NHS. I'm not surprised at that. That's 2 million extra appointments, that's 1,000 more GPs, a pay rise for nurses, etc., etc. But let me get her position right if I can follow it. She wants the extra £26 billion in the NHS, Mr. Speaker, that was paid for by the national insurance rise. She wants that. She doesn't want to reverse the national insurance rises. So she's now reduced this absurd position of voting in the budget, carping against a budget that she actually agrees with.
Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with making people poorer. I don't agree with pensioner poverty. I don't agree. Out there, they are calling it awful April. That's because of decisions he has made, because he made promises and broke them. His promises are worthless, Mr. Speaker. People are getting poorer. Before the election, he pledged to freeze council tax. Instead, it's going up everywhere. Even in Birmingham, where there's 17,000 tonnes of rubbish uncollected on the streets. Does the Prime Minister regret promising the British people he would freeze their council tax when he has so obviously failed?
Prime Minister. Well, I have to ask, if she doesn't want people to be poorer, why didn't she resign when she was in government? Mr. Speaker, the last government put up council tax for 12 years in a row. She, I think, was actually Minister for Council Tax. And in the year she's been, what she do? She put it up. And even now, the Conservatives' own Local Government Association manifesto, so currently their position, page 9, we asked the government to remove the caps on council tax. So who's leading the charge? Hampshire County Council, they wanted a 15% hike, we said no. Slough Council wanted a hike, we said no. Windsor and Maidenhead was Tory, now Lib Dem. They wanted to hike and we said no. And it's no surprise that council tax is £300 cheaper under Labour councils than under Tory councils.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, he doesn't want to talk about Birmingham, and that's because he knows the situation. So I'll say it again. 17,000 tonnes of rubbish on Birmingham streets. Yeah. Normally, a state of emergency is called for natural disasters, not Labour ones. Yeah. His policies have left our economy dangerously fragile. The Chancellor, once again, left herself no room for manoeuvre. Economic experts, real economists, say she will either have to break her fiscal rules or put up taxes. Which will it be?
Prime Minister.
I think she must have picked up the script she was using a few weeks ago. Because it was only then she was saying, in the spring statement, you're going to put up taxes. But look, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the situation in Birmingham, it is completely unacceptable. I fully support the Council in declaring it a major incident to resolve the situation, and we'll put in whatever additional support is needed. But when the party opposite was in government, we lost more days to strike action than in any year since the 1980s. NHS workers were on the picket line, not on the front line, and that sent waiting lists through the roof, so we'll take no lectures on industrial harmony from them.
Mr. Speaker, the whole House would have heard that he didn't say whether or not he could keep his fiscal rules. That means that it's either that or putting up taxes. 9 months ago, we left Labour the fastest growing economy in the G7. We did. And I remember watching his MPs laughing at their first destructive budget. They've had another one that has made our economy dangerously vulnerable. The Bank of England says his policies have pushed up the cost of living for families. Does he disagree with the bank, or does he accept his policies mean higher bills?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, she must be the only person left in the country who actually thinks they did well on the economy when they were in power. That was what was tested at the last election. Living standards, the worst on record. Inflation, 11% it soared up to. The NHS on its knees. Oh, Mr. Speaker, she's so obsessed with talking down the country that she's not read the OBR forecast properly. Growth up in 2026, 2027 up, 2028 up, 2029 up. And thanks to our planning reforms, the largest growth measure the OBR have ever costed. And what did the Tories do when the bill came before Parliament? They abstained. Well, you don't grow the economy or build houses by yourself. They're the same old party. They haven't changed. Nothing's new.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about inflation. We left it at 2%. It is now twice what the OBR forecast when we were in government. The fact is, his decisions have made our economy fragile, just as we face global trade wars. In November, I urged him to seize the draft US trade deal Conservatives negotiated. Instead, Mr. Speaker, he lost our most experienced trade negotiator. It's no wonder he can't get a tariff deal for British cars. On this side of the House, we secured investments for that industry, £600 million from BMW, £2 billion from Nissan, £4 billion from Jaguar Land Rover. Labour's record is a car industry in crisis, even before tariffs. There are 25,000 more jobs now at risk. He says he's preparing for eventualities. Can the Prime Minister tell us exactly what he is doing to protect the British car industry from his failure to negotiate?
We're taking a calm, pragmatic approach and keeping our feet on the ground. There are constructive talks that are ongoing on a wider economic prosperity deal with the US. That is really important at this moment. We are working with all sectors that are likely to be impacted, and we're guided by our national interest at all times. And that's why we've said we won't rule anything out. But it is important at a moment like this that we don't have knee-jerk reactions, that we are actually cool-headed about this, and that's why we won't rule anything out. But she must be. She's the Trade Secretary. She was the Trade Secretary, Mr. Speaker, who failed to get a trade deal with the US.
Mr. Speaker, today the Trump administration will announce new tariffs that will hurt working people in the US and around the world. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that at a time when big tech has grown fat by corrupting our politics and preying on young people, that the wrong approach would be to pander to his bullying tactics and the tech millionaires in his imperial court by cutting the digital services tax? Can he assure the public that the poorest won't get cuts while the richest get a free ride?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank her for raising this. It is an important issue, and there are issues in relation to Northern Ireland in particular that we have to deal with very carefully. We will, Mr. Speaker, always put the national interest first, and that's why I'm pleased that talks are ongoing and they're constructive talks. I do believe that a trade war is in nobody's interest, and all of the sectors and industries impacted are of the same view. So we'll continue to make that progress in the national interest.
The Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the earlier remarks of the Prime Minister, particularly about Myanmar and Thailand? And can I support the aid that is going, and hope that despite the budget cuts we can be as generous as possible because of the humanitarian crisis there? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has shown commendable leadership over Ukraine with his plan for a military coalition of the willing against Putin. Will he now provide similar leadership with an economic coalition of the willing against Trump's tariffs for free trade, so we can avoid a global trade war and a global recession?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think every week he tries to tempt me to make what I think is a false choice between our relationship with the US and our relationship with other countries, particularly Europe. I think that's the wrong choice on defence, on security and intelligence, for reasons that we've rehearsed across this chamber. I also think it's wrong on trade and the economy. We have a good deal of trade, a balanced trade relationship with the US, and I believe that our interests are best served by calmly trying to secure a deal which is in our national interest, whilst at the same time preparing and leaving all options on the table.
Sir Ed Davey.
Minister's reply. I hope he is able to cut a deal, but I increasingly fear that the deal won't be good enough to avoid a global trade war. That's why I think one of the options must be to work with our European allies, our Commonwealth allies and others, because we don't tackle Trump's tariffs. We could be saying goodbye to free trade for a generation. Mr. Speaker, if I may turn to a domestic matter now. 3 years ago, the American private equity firm KKR bought a 25% stake in Northumbrian Water. Since then, people across the North East have seen their water bills soar, whilst in last year alone, Northumbrian Water has dumped nearly 1 million tonnes of raw sewage into Durham's Whitburn Coast Conservation Area. KKR are now poised to buy into Thames Water because ministers have ruled out a special administration regime. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that Thames Water will not be allowed to repeat the same trick of putting up bills and dumping raw sewage at the same time? They allowed it, he shouldn't.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to his comments at the beginning of the question, I really do think it's not sensible to say the first response should be to jump in to a trade war with the US. That cannot be the first response of the United Kingdom, and I will resist his urgings to do that. In relation to water, he's absolutely right to point out the appalling record on water of the party opposite, just like the record on everything was appalling, and that's why I'm really pleased that we've passed the Water Act already to take the necessary measures, but we will go further.
Deputy.
Yesterday, the Work and Pension Select Committee visited Manchester, where we saw the power of devolution in action, in this case helping people find work. So with just 5 percentage points separating Labour and Conservative last time, does the Prime Minister agree that to get the maximum advantage from Labour's devolution offer, the West of England needs an ambitious Labour mayor in Helen Godwin for more jobs, to fix our buses and to get the homes we need built?
I believe it's best for communities when their leaders have skin in the game Helen Godwin grew up in Stapleton, went to college in Filton, and has a great record fighting for the community where she's raising her family. Mr. Speaker, our plan for change has delivered record funding for the West of England. That's more money for better buses, for potholes, and getting young people into work. That's the difference a Labour mayor working with a Labour government delivers for the West of England.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will know that many in the House will be assuaged by his suggestion that he will act in the national interest in relation to tariffs. But most won't have considered that in acting in the national interest, what occurs in Northern Ireland is no longer solely in his control. He knows that exports from Northern Ireland are UK exports, rightly so. Yet imports to Northern Ireland could lay at the consequence of EU retaliatory action. In keeping all of his options open, now we have to live in a world with the consequences of the last government with his support. Will he indicate that he is prepared to take steps to either exempt Northern Ireland from EU action or take retaliatory action if they do not?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this issue, which is of real importance to his constituents and everybody in Northern Ireland. It is a very serious issue. That's why we need to be calm and pragmatic. And I think that's what workers and businesses in Northern Ireland would want to see from this government at a time like this. We are, as he would expect, looking carefully at the details of any retaliatory tariffs announced by the EU, if they are, and what impact they might have on businesses. As he knows, where goods do not enter the EU, then businesses can claim a full reimbursement of any EU duties paid. But I reassure in the interests of Northern Ireland at the forefront of our decisions, and he may want to know that this morning the Business Secretary spoke to the Northern Ireland Executive because this is a serious issue and we need to work together to resolve it in the interests of everybody in Northern Ireland.
Mike Tapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the last government resorted to damaging keyboard diplomacy, this government is leading, bringing 40 nations together this week to tackle illegal immigration. Like the Prime Minister, I've seen firsthand how counter-terror powers can disrupt threats before lives are lost. That same approach is essential in dismantling the smuggling networks, Mr. Speaker. Does he agree? It's time the Conservatives and Reform dropped the posturing, put national security first and backed our borders bill.
Well, I mean, the party opposite tried an open borders experiment. We are now tackling illegal migration. They talked about flights, Mr. Speaker. We've already removed 24,000 people with no right to be here. Under their Rwanda scheme, which was only ever supposed to return, I think, 300 people a year, what we've achieved in 9 months would have taken them 80 years. We've replaced a gimmick with a real deterrent.
Tim Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has spoken very movingly and with genuine sincerity and affection about his time as a young man in the Langdale Valley and the Lake District in my constituency and how that helped to shape him. So I wonder if he's aware that the hill farmers who maintain those stunning landscapes in the lakes and elsewhere will be earning on average significantly less or barely half the national minimum wage due to cuts in their income, despite the fact they provide the backdrop to the remarkably important tourism economy. So would you agree to meet with me and upland farmers in the lakes and the dales so that we can design a scheme together to end this poverty and equip our hill farmers to produce food and protect our epic landscapes for generations to come?
Minister. He and I share a love of the Lake District. And we still go back there with our children now. This is a serious issue, obviously, and that's why we've put a record amount into farming at the budget, but also set out our roadmap. But I'll happily make sure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister to go through that and to take on board any points he has to make in relation to it.
Any bills?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of residents in my constituency at Union Park are facing massive £1 million worth of charges to repair their heating system, to repair fire safety works that haven't been put right by the developer, who has now declared bankruptcy and walked away. Their new freeholder has washed their hands of responsibility and instead is leveraging huge ground rent bills and fines against those residents. Does the Prime Minister agree with me? This is exactly why we have to move forward with our plan, much delayed from the party opposite, to abolish the outdated leasehold system once and for all as part of our plan for change.
Prime Minister.
The Deputy Prime Minister is saying absolutely in my ear. Mr. Speaker, we will end the feudal leasehold system, which has left millions of homeowners subject to unfair costs and unreasonable practices. Our reforms include clear standards for repairs and maintenance, and this will give homeowners a greater say in how their homes are managed. And I know the Housing Minister will have heard what he said.
Mr. Speaker, this Labour government has failed the British public at every turn. They have abandoned the WASPy women, leaving them without compensation they deserve. They have turned their backs on pensioners by failing to support the winter fuel allowance. They have let down children by keeping a two-child benefit cap in place, and they will inflict further hardship on the most vulnerable by slashing $5 billion from benefits. But perhaps the most immediate and visible failure, one that poses an immediate and direct health risk to the people of Birmingham, is the appalling financial mismanagement of Labour-run Birmingham City Council. After more than a decade of Labour control, their incompetence has led to mountains of uncollected rubbish piling up on every street, so vast that it can be seen from satellites orbiting space. It is nothing short of a disgrace and a damning indictment of Labour's inability to govern. Will the Prime Minister take urgent action to protect the public health and the people of Birmingham by immediately deploying the...
Order. We're meant to ask a quick question, otherwise no one's going. Prime Minister.
Well, I've said the situation in Birmingham Council is completely unacceptable, but he might want to tell his constituents that we've delivered 2 million extra appointments for the NHS, so waiting lists are coming down for his constituents. We've delivered the national living wage, a £1,400 increase, including for his constituents. We've got record investment into this country, growing the economy, including for his constituents.
Blunder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Hayward and Middleton North are grafters. They want to work and they want to see opportunities created and the skills and investment in infrastructure that we need in future. I welcome the Prime Minister's commitment to fix the transport system in the north of England that's been holding us back, and I would like to invite him to the Aton Valley Development Zone in my constituency to discuss how we can create skilled jobs in North Greater Manchester.
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm grateful for our question. We will unlock growth across the country in partnership with local leaders and giving powers to those with skin in the game. And we'll fix the North's broken transport system, another thing they left in a complete mess, with nearly £1.7 billion for local buses, for roads and for trams, and an additional £415 million to upgrade the Trans-Pennine route and fixing millions of potholes. And obviously I'll consider her kind invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the Prime Minister and I last spoke, more than 6,000 people have signed an open letter to the Health Secretary in support of North Devon District Hospital, which faces a 10-year wait for urgent repairs. Please can I ask the Prime Minister why the hospital is still being denied a ministerial visit, and will the government consider the Trust's emergency plans, meet with me and the Trust so we can discuss keeping the operating theatres open beyond 2027 to meet capacity?
Prime Minister.
As in our previous exchange, obviously the unfunded promises, fancy promises of the party opposite, meant his hospital would never have been delivered. They shouldn't moan, they should apologise to his constituents. We had to take tough decisions to make the programme deliverable, which is what we've done. We will continue to support the Trust to maintain facilities in advance of the new hospital investment. And the Minister for Secondary Care will be visiting the hospital, and that will be an opportunity, I hope, for the necessary discussions.
Jacka.
Mr. Speaker, Stone Lodge Academy, a special school in Ipswich, will be one of the first schools in the country to benefit from a new breakfast club this month. It's an important step to tackling Suffolk's decade-long SEND crisis, as is the multi-million-pound funding settlement given to opening new specialist places across the county. Can the Prime Minister outline what steps he will be taking to further break down the opportunities for all children as part of our plan for change.
Well, I'm very pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, the first 750 breakfast clubs will open this month. And I'm pleased there's an early adopter in his constituency, as well as in the constituency of the Leader of the Opposition. I'm sure she will welcome that one of these weeks. Mr. Speaker, that will put £450 a year back in the pockets of working people. Mr. Speaker, today we've awarded £37 million to 300 primary schools to create up to 4,000 nursery places from September, making it easier for working families to access government-funded childcare.
Martin Vickers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2,700 workers at Scunthorpe Steelworks are facing redundancy, many more in the supply chain, and many of them are my Brigg & Gould constituents. It's welcome that negotiations are continuing, but whatever the outcome, significant support is going to be needed for to support the local economy. I know that all those affected would appreciate and be reassured that if the Prime Minister could give an indication that he was personally taking an interest in this, and that at some point in the not too distant future he would meet with me, neighbouring MPs and the council leader to discuss the way forward.
Prime Minister. Well, I'm grateful to him for raising it. I do take a personal interest. I went to Scunthorpe to talk to the management and the workers there a short while ago and understand firsthand the challenges and how deeply worrying it will be for those working there and their families and the community as a whole. And that's why there are negotiations. I do call on the company to accept the offer of financial support that has been advanced so we can achieve a sustainable future for the workforce, for the industry and the local community, because I do believe there's a bright future for steel and needs to be a bright future for steel, but I do take a personal interest in it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many of my constituents are struggling to get access to a GP appointment when they need one. Our GPs are trying their best, but they're struggling with capacity, outdated buildings and outdated tech, all because the party opposite broke the front door to the National Health Service. Can the Prime Minister reassure my constituents that our plan for investment and reform will ensure they will be able to see a GP when they need one?
Mr. Speaker, we are focused on delivering real results for patients by scrapping unnecessary targets, bringing back the family doctor and requiring online bookings to help the 8 a.m. scramble. We're investing an additional £889 million to reinforce the front door of our NHS, and that's the biggest increase for over a decade, and that mean hundreds more GPs since we came to power. And this week we've announced record investment for community pharmacies to deliver more services for patients and free up GP time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent NHS England report laid bare a catalogue of failures which left a patient with a history of violent aggression, unconfined, untreated and completely unmedicated for 9 months until he killed Ian Coates and the young friends Grace O'Malley Kumar and Barnaby Webber from Taunton in my constituency. Will the Prime Minister join with me and the people of Taunton paying tribute to the families who have campaigned on this? Will he confirm that the public inquiry is to begin? And will he confirm that in the context of 50% cuts to integrated care boards, that mental health services, both in the community and secure, will not suffer from those cuts?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this tragic case? And I do pay tribute to the families, often in cases like this, including this case. I find it hard to think how I would actually respond if I was a family member in circumstances like that. I'm not sure I'd have the courage that they have to campaign in the way they campaign, and I pay tribute to it. We do need to get to the bottom of all of the issues here, wherever they may lie, and that's what we will do.
Imogen Walker.
Mr. Speaker, in Hamilton and Clyde Valley, my constituents are struggling to access the healthcare that they desperately need. 1 in 6 Scots are on a waiting list. Yep. Meanwhile, in England, the waiting lists have been coming down for the last 5 months, and more than 2 million appointments have been made available. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the SNP-led government should stop blaming everybody else for their failures. When Scotland's broken public services are their responsibility.
Well, Mr. Speaker, she's right. Over 60,000 Scots have been stuck waiting for tests or treatment for over a year. That's a 46% rise in 1 year. I had to check that figure because it's so staggering. 46% rise in 1 year. And despite this backlog, almost 50,000 fewer operations are being carried out compared with before the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, compare that to England, where we've driven down waiting lists with over 2 million extra appointments and scrapped NHS England to cut bureaucracy. Scotland's NHS is in desperate need of reform, but the SNP have no strategy, no plans and no ideas.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the Prime Minister seemed reticent to answer a direct question on his jobs tax. So, next time he comes to my constituency to enjoy the beautiful Buckinghamshire surroundings of Chequers, will he go 5 minutes up the road to Wendover, visit Rumsey's handmade chocolate, and explain to Kate Rumsey why his and his Chancellor's choices have led to a 15% increase in their costs, that they've already had to lay people off and reduce the hours of those that they still employ? Is that what he meant by growth?
I'm happy to tell anyone why. £22 billion black hole left in last week. They've crashed the economy. They've ruined our public services. And as we mend that and rebuild the country, they carp from the sidelines. And even now, they can't bring themselves to say they don't want the investment. They can't bring them to say they'll reverse the decisions we've made. They actually agree with the decisions we've made because we're clearing up the mess that they left.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago yesterday, my constituent James Henderson was killed with other aid workers from World Central Kitchen, taking humanitarian aid into Gaza. Jim's family have told me Jim would want confirmation from our government that we're taking all conceivable steps to make sure that aid, power and supplies are safely returned to Gaza. Could the PM confirm he's doing all he can to ensure this? And could the Prime Minister also confirm he will continue to push for a full investigation to be completed into the deaths of Jim and the other British WCK workers, and for appropriate action to be taken?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank you for raising this appalling incident, and our thoughts remain with the families of Jim, of John Chapman and James Kirby. The attacks on aid workers, Mr. Speaker, are never justified. The families do deserve justice. We're pressing the Israeli government to accelerate their investigation, including whether criminal proceedings should be initiated. Can I also say Israel must stop blocking aid into Gaza? Hostages must be released, and we have to have an urgent resumption of the ceasefire.
Final question, Alberta Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Double-child rapist and murderer Colin Pitchfork is up for parole for the 5th time. Now, I know the Prime Minister doesn't have any direct control, nor should he, over the parole board, but he does have a view. As I've asked all his predecessors, I now put the question to him. Does he agree with me that men who brutally rape and strangle to death young women should, as a matter of principle, spend most of their natural life in prison?
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful to him for raising this appalling case, and I absolutely agree with him that there must be maximum penalties for anyone falling into that category. I've seen many of these cases for myself firsthand when I was prosecutor for 5 years, working with the police on really terrible cases, and know the impact that it has on victims. I thank him for raising it.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. We'll let front benches change up. Right. Right, let us come to the urgent question. Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs if he'd make a statement on the status of the negotiations surrounding the future sovereignty of the British Indian Ocean Territory.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question. As we and Mauritius have repeatedly said, including in joint statements on the 20th of December and on the 13th of January, both sides remain committed to concluding a deal on the future of the Chagos Archipelago, which protects the long-term effective operation of the joint UK-US base on Diego Garcia. We are now working with Mauritius to finalise the agreement, and while it is in everybody's interest to progress the deal quickly, we have never put an exact date on it, and we do not intend to do so now. Following signature, Mr. Speaker, the Government will bring forward a bill to enable implementation of the treaty, and Parliament will of course also have the opportunity to scrutinise the treaty in the usual way before ratification. Can I repeat, Mr. Speaker? The Government inherited a situation where the long-term future of the military base was under threat. This deal is rooted in a rational and hard-headed determination to protect UK security and that of our allies. It will protect the base on Diego Garcia and cement UK and US presence in the Indo-Pacific for generations to come.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Dame Priti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question, because it is incredibly disappointing that only a day after oral questions yesterday, ministers have to be hauled back to the House to explain themselves as to what's going on. Because yesterday at lunchtime, Downing Street briefed out the agreement to give away the Chagos Islands and pay for the privilege is now being finalised between the UK and Mauritius, which was not said in this House yesterday. The Prime Minister of Mauritius has also issued a public statement confirming this. Despite being interrogated on this botched deal yesterday in this chambers, ministers gave no indication of this very significant and material development. And we are still completely in the dark about the fundamental questions of this enormous importance. How many billions of hard-pressed taxpayers' British money will be expected to fork out to lease back the territory we already own? Just as vulnerable pensioners are having their winter fuel payments ripped away and family farms and businesses are being punished with new taxes because of this Labour government, what safeguards will be in place to protect the military base on Diego Garcia from other states, Mr. Speaker, who may try and establish a foothold on the archipelago? Ministers have so far refused to even publish a map of the buffer zone. What happens to the vitally important military base on Diego Garcia at the end of the treaty? What kind of sovereign rights, if any, will we be able to exercise over Diego Garcia in the meantime? The Prime Minister of Mauritius says he forced changes to exercise sovereign rights and get the lease extension arrangements changed. So will the Minister finally confirm that his account is correct? He cannot simply stand here and avoid these questions. The House does deserve answers. The British public, taxpayers, deserve answers. Put simply, Mr. Speaker, the British Indian Ocean Territory should remain British, but Labour have prioritised appeasing the whims of left-wing lawyers and activists rather than standing up for our national interests. It's high time this deal was ditched. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there have been reports of implied military threats to the Chagos Islands. They may laugh over this issue, but it's fundamental to the security of our country. A British sovereign territory from the regime in Tehran, the Iranian regime, has threatened this base and the important military threats that they are now purporting. We understand in response to reports of an unusual build-up of American bomber aircraft and equipment, Mr. Speaker, carrying aircraft at the joint UK military base on Diego Garcia. This is very serious. Clearly, we need to take these threats seriously, and we welcome clarity on what the Foreign Office is doing on the diplomatic response on this issue.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have to say to the Right Honourable Lady that in terms of parliamentary accountability, I think I've answered no less than 5 urgent questions in the last 6 months. I have answered, I think, 130 written questions to the Honourable Lady and her colleagues. We discussed it twice at Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Questions yesterday, and as I've repeatedly said, when the details of the treaty are finalised, they will be presented to this House. There will be full scrutiny in the usual way, and I've explained today that a bill will be put forward to put into practice the important aspects that require legislative change. There will, of course, be full debate, and as it should in this House, Mr. Speaker. I simply reject the premise of much of what her question was based on. As I've said repeatedly, if there was not a problem here, why did her government, which she was part of, start negotiations and go through 11 rounds, Mr. Speaker? There is a significant challenge here. This deal is paramount for our national security. We won't scrimp on our security, and it is important that it is put into place, and that has been recognised by all the parties. Now, Mr. Speaker, we will only agree a deal that's in the UK's best interests and protects our national security. And she asked importantly about the security provisions to protect the base, and these will include full UK control over Diego Garcia, including control over the electromagnetic spectrum and unrestricted access to and the use of the base. It will include a buffer zone around Diego Garcia in which nothing can be built or put in place without our consent. There will be a robust mechanism and review process to ensure no activity in the Outer Islands, Mr. Speaker, can impinge upon base operations. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, there will be a prohibition on the presence of foreign security forces on the Outer Islands, either civilian or military. And of course, the full details, as the Prime Minister has said, will be set out when the treaty is laid before Parliament, and that will include costs. Now, we will not scrimp on security, Mr. Speaker. She asked an important question in relation to Iran, and she will understand that for operational reasons and as a matter of policy, we do not offer comment or information relating to foreign nations' military aircraft movements or operations. And the UK, in close cooperation with our allies in the United States, closely monitor the security environment in the Indian Ocean region in order to identify and mitigate any potential threats to the base on Diego Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the Minister's bafflement at the opposition's utter obsession with this issue. So, could the Minister confirm that under this agreement, the vital US-UK military base and its operations will be completely unaltered?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I share my honourable friend's bafflement at this. With so many issues going on in the world, I do question the number of times that this has been raised, and we've answered all those questions that I set out before. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the fact that the United States recognise the strength of this deal. It is rooted in a rational and hard-headed determination to protect UK security and that of our allies. On one side, it will protect the base on Diego Garcia, which was under threat, and cement the UK and United States presence in the Indo-Pacific.
Helen Maguire, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following yesterday's intervention by President Trump, it appears that the White House has the final say over the future of sovereign British territory. Meanwhile, the Chagossians continue to be ignored. The process of securing this deal has been shambolic. Chagossians have been denied their right to a say, and it's shameful how they have been treated. Will the Minister confirm whether there are any plans to ensure the Chagossians are finally included in discussions at this 11th hour in the negotiations? Hard-working families around the country will rightly be questioning why the government seems to be willing to reportedly negotiate such significant payments to Mauritius at a time when winter fuel payments have been scrapped. The confected consternation of the Conservatives is also bemusing. Given it was their Foreign Secretary that first signalled the UK's intention to secure an agreement. As the Minister has confirmed, the treaty must come before the House for scrutiny, especially given the importance to our national security. Can the Minister confirm when this will happen and that this House will have a vote on any final deal?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was absolutely right, as I've said on many occasions, that the new United States administration had a chance to consider this, and we welcome the fact that the United States recognise the strength of the deal, and you've heard the comments that have been made, and that's because it will fundamentally protect UK and US security interests. And I do have to remind the Honourable Lady that, of course, we have legal obligations with the United States in relation to the operation of that base, and it was only right that they were consulted and their full engagement in this process. She asked about the Chagosians. We deeply regret, as I've said many times, Mr Speaker, the way Chagosians were removed from the islands, but the negotiations were between the UK and Mauritius, with our priority being to secure the full operation of the base on Diego Garcia. However, we have worked hard to ensure this agreement reflects the importance of the islands to Chagosians. I've set out on a number of times in this House the mechanisms and the systems that will be in place to do that. And I think it's really important, Mr Speaker, to respect the many different views within the Chagosian community. There is not one settled view. For example, the Chagos Refugees Group, one of the largest Chagosian groups, has in fact welcomed the agreement.
Ballinger.
Can the Minister confirm that the confirmation of the legal status of the base at Diego Garcia will strengthen our influence in the Asia-Pacific and put us in a strong position to counter the influence of China?
Well said, Alex.
Mr Speaker, I absolutely can. Our national security and that of our allies has been the heart of this agreement. There was a significant problem. The former government knew that. That's why they started negotiating over this. We have completed the deal with the full involvement of the United States and indeed consideration of all of the important measures to keep that base safe, which I've set out on many occasions.
Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr Speaker, I'm going to say to the Minister, who he knows I have regard for, that when he says he's appeared many times with the information, he's actually come to the dispatch box. That has nothing to do with giving us information. It means he was dragged here. He knows that. So the question I really want to ask, which is the number one question, which is not in some of the detail that he gave out today, how much will taxpayers pay for this settlement, and out of which budget will it come? Is there a guarantee, and at no stage will it come from the defence budget increase?
Well, as I said yesterday, Mr Speaker, a financial element over 99 years was crucial to protect the operation of such a vital base. We won't scrimp on our security, and once the treaty is signed, it will be put before the House for scrutiny before ratification in the usual way, and this will include costs. And he asks about where budgets are coming from. The terms of the treaty and the associated funding arrangements are still being finalised, and financial obligations, including departmental budgetary responsibilities, will of course be managed responsibly within the government's fiscal framework.
Mr Speaker, does the Minister agree with me that it's vital the UK Government fulfils its obligations under international law? And does he recognise that the January 2021 binding judgment of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, handed down under the Conservative government, found the UK's current administration, and I quote, constitutes a wrongful act and must be brought to an end as rapidly as possible?
Well, Mr Speaker, there does appear to be some confusion about the different legal judgments on the other side of the House. I can hear from the chuntering, but there are a range of ways in which the operation of this base were not sustainable going forward, and without a deal, we are very clear, as indeed the previous government recognised, that we would face serious real-world operational impacts on the base, for example, eroding our ability to operate key frequencies, vital for our own communications and to counter hostile states, and affect everything from overflight clearances to securing contractors with consequential rocketing costs, declining investment and a degraded facility. We were not willing to take that risk, and therefore we have secured this base. We've secured it for our security and that of our allies.
Dr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The United States is busy increasing its presence on Diego Garcia, most recently with its B-2 Spirit aircraft probably facing towards Iran. Given that, how much will the Trump White House be contributing to the endowment that the Minister proposes to hand to Mauritius?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I've set out on a number of occasions, and I've just said again today, that when we present the treaty, we'll present the costs, we'll present the arrangements, and the House will have a chance to scrutinise those. But, Mr Speaker, we welcome the fact that the United States recognises the strength of this deal, and that's because it is rooted in a rational and hard-headed determination to protect our security, that of the United States, our presence in the Indo-Pacific. As I said before, I'm not going to get into operational discussions about matters at the base in relation to presence or not of aircraft.
Louise Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister and his team for their tireless efforts to secure the future of this vital base, which is exactly the right thing to do. Will he assure me that no less than the most robust of security provisions will be in place?
I absolutely can assure of that fact, and that's been at the core of the detail of this arrangement. We will retain full control over Diego Garcia. We will have robust provisions to keep adversaries out, and that includes our unrestricted access to and use of the base for the United Kingdom and the United States, the buffer zone I mentioned, the comprehensive mechanism to prevent activity in the other islands threatening the base operations, and a ban on the presence of foreign security forces.
Dr. Alpington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As with all inhabited British overseas territories, British sovereignty flows, in my opinion, from the self-determination of islanders and residents. And that is exactly the same with British Indian Ocean Territory. Even though the population are displaced, British sovereignty flows from Chagosians and their right to self-determination. So can I ask the Minister again, what efforts has he made to engage with the widest possible constituency of Chagosians? And will he give them a veto over whether this deal is acceptable to them?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the islands are not permanently inhabited, and that is one of the fundamental issues in this situation. As I've said repeatedly, we are doing many things that are going to be supportive of the Chagosian community. We have engaged with a number of different groups. There are a range of opinions. I think it's important that we recognise that. There are some who, of course, support this deal, and we continue to put the interests of the Chagosians at the heart of this agreement. And again, full details of that will be available in due course.
Melvin Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet again, the opposition is attempting to sow division between the UK and its allies, and indeed share our allies' sensitive operational information. If they succeed, this would have impacts on our strategically vital relationships with the US and India too. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the opposition could consider waiting until the treaty is ready for scrutiny rather than damaging our vital national interests in this way?
Well, I completely agree, and I think some of the speculation has been hugely unhelpful. We are hugely grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the close cooperation between the United Kingdom and the United States throughout the negotiations, and to the administration for their extensive and detailed engagement, which has helped us make progress on this deal. And as he rightly points out, this agreement has also been welcomed by other important partners, including India. And China, of course, has not welcomed it because it knows that it would strengthen the United Kingdom and United States presence in the region.
Sarah Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 43rd anniversary of the start of the Falkland Wars, another key overseas territory. But given the benches opposite keep referring to the non-binding advisory judgment as the basis for the Chagos deals, if the Argentinians were to seek a similar judgment against the Falklands, would you see control? Would he see control?
Indeed. Mr. Speaker, I do have to say, as I've said on a number of occasions in this House, I think that attempt to make a false comparison is extremely unhelpful. It's extremely unhelpful and would not be welcomed by the residents of the Falkland Islands. I can absolutely assure her that our support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Falkland Islands is absolute, ironclad, and I have made that clear on many occasions, as has the Minister for the Armed Forces and the government as a whole.
The Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm once again that any agreement made will return to this House for scrutiny?
Well, she asks a very important question, and as I've set out, there will be multiple opportunities for this House and indeed the other place to consider this matter, not only through the normal process in relation to CRAG, but also in relation to the bill that will be brought forward in relation to provisions that are necessary in this treaty. So that will go through the normal processes, Mr. Speaker, and there'll be full scrutiny afforded to members of this House.
Graham Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, have made clear their detestation of freeloading by countries on defence and security matters. So we're not asking for the detail, we're not even asking for the quantum, but we do deserve to know in this House today, has the government asked the US to contribute to the base which is so vital to them at Diego Garcia? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, as I said on a number of occasions, we welcome the US endorsement of the deal, as well as the strength of the deal. And we are grateful for the close cooperation we've had between the United Kingdom and the United States, and the full details will be provided when the treaty is presented to the House.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank both my gallant friends on this side for their questions a moment ago. Could the Minister confirm that this agreement will close potentially dangerous routes for irregular migration? And is that possibly one of the reasons why the party opposite opened the negotiations and presided over 10 rounds of negotiations on this?
Well, I absolutely can confirm that, and indeed, that's also why we agreed an important arrangement as an interim with St Helena, which I spoke to the House about on occasions. So that absolutely has been the heart. But our primary objective here has been to protect the national security of the United Kingdom and our ally, the United States, and our partners.
Andrew George.
Speaker, further to the questions of the honourable member for Westbury and indeed Beverley and Holderness, and the question I asked the Minister last time we raised this issue in the House, he is well aware that what we're primarily talking about is primarily a US base in this case. And surely he can at least tell the House today that conversations have been held with the US, that they fully understand that a compensatory package will be made, and that the question of whose contribution is primarily is made up in terms of making that compensatory package, and that is made clear to the House today, please.
Mr. Speaker, I affirm to the answer I gave a moment ago. We are absolutely clear that the United States recognise the strength of this deal. We've had excellent cooperation with them throughout, and the full details will be provided in due course.
Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only is the government preparing to give away sovereign British territory, it's preparing to pay for the privilege of doing so by handing over billions to Mauritius. Now, the Minister can't say where the money's coming from, but can he at least agree with me it would be better spent restoring the winter fuel payment to pensioners in need, and it would be better spent relieving social care, hospices and charity from their national insurance increases here in the UK, rather than being handed over to Mauritius?
Well, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, he negates, of course, to mention the absolute shocking mess that his former government left us to inherit. And I have been very clear in this House on many occasions, we will not scrimp when it comes to the national security of this country, whether it's in relation to Diego Garcia, whether it's related to investment in defence and our armed forces. That is exactly what my honourable friend has been setting out, and the Defence Secretary, in terms of our wider defence spending, and it is exactly what we are doing in this deal, is to protect our national security and defence and that of our ally, the United States.
Neil Shatterhead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister will have heard the feelings of the House. So can he provide the specific guarantees that the Foreign Secretary has secured in relation to preventing hostile states such as China from increasing their influence in the Chagos Islands, whilst we as a nation are still paying for them?
Well, he has asked an important question. I've answered it a number of times, but just to reiterate, there will be robust security provisions in that regard, and that's why China has not welcomed this deal. We will have full UK control with the United States over Diego Garcia. We will have a buffer zone around Diego Garcia. We will have a robust mechanism to ensure no activity in the outer islands can impinge on the base operations, and crucially, a prohibition on the presence of foreign security forces on the outer islands, either civilian or military.
Jerome Mayo.
What a disgrace this shabby Chagos deal is turning out to be. Labour can't even give away our national security. They're going to pay billions of pounds to Mauritius for the pleasure of it. And instead of raising taxes on people and businesses in this country, why doesn't he stand up for Britain and stop this deal?
Mr. Speaker, we are standing up for Britain by defending our security and that of our allies, and we won't scrimp on that, Mr. Speaker. This is absolutely critical to secure the operation of this base. It is crucial to our interests and that of our allies, and if there wasn't a problem, as I've asked many times, why did his former government start negotiating over this?
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps this is a question for the Minister of the Armed Forces, I notice is also on the front bench. The buffer zone, can the Minister state categorically that it will be sufficiently wide to protect all the capabilities on that base?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Surrendering sovereign territory based on a non-binding legal judgment and forking out taxpayer money for the privilege. What kind of deal is that? Done behind closed doors and evading the scrutiny of this House. Does the Minister agree with me that this is a deal, is a prime example of what happens when you have a government of lawyers, for lawyers, rather than a government for the British people.
Mr. Speaker, I simply reject the premise of his question. The government inherited a situation where the effective operation of the base was under threat, and claims that we negotiated this deal simply because of the 2019 ICJ advisory opinion are simply wrong. That is not the only challenge that we faced, as the previous government knows, and without a deal, Mauritius would have inevitably pursued a legally binding judgment. There would be huge implications to that. Without a deal, we'd affect the real-world operational functionality of that base. That is so crucial to our national security and that of our allies.
Will invest ejected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister made reference to the UK having full control over Diego Garcia, but earlier this month I received a response from the Minister where he stated to me that the right to operate and maintain the naval support facility Diego Garcia is held by the Government of the United States. This includes functions as are necessary for the development, use, maintenance, operation and security of the facility. So could he explain what control we would have over the naval support facility Diego Garcia in the event that US and UK defence priorities do not align, and at what level does the control over the base lie?
Good question. Very good question.
Well, he asked some important questions. The US, of course, operate their naval support facility. I'm not going to get into the operational details of that for obvious reasons, but the full details will be provided. But I can absolutely assure him that we will have control over Diego Garcia, and we will be working closely with the United States over that.
All right. Deborah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we come to the end of this urgent question, I'm still no clearer on any of the substance of this disastrous deal. So it's allowing us to now assume across the House. So given that the Minister of Defence is sat next to the FCDO Minister, can we assume that this deal will be coming out from the Ministry of Defence?
Well, naturally, the Foreign Office and the Ministry of Defence work closely together on this matter, and indeed all across government. But I've been very, very clear that the terms of the treaty and the associated funding arrangements are still being finalised, and the responsibilities will be managed responsibility within the government's fiscal framework. But in terms of understanding the reasons for this deal and why it's necessary, I perhaps suggest that he asks some of his former ministerial colleagues on the other side.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is an incredibly honourable man. He's much liked in this House, so I have to say this with all gentleness, if I can, if he doesn't mind that. My constituents are saying to me that the deal with the Indian Ocean Territory is overwhelming, and the cost factor is something that they can't quite understand, and neither can I. So does the Minister understand why pensioners in my Strangford constituency and across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland are wondering why, at a time of the reduction of help and aid, government is handing sovereignty of land over and then renting the land back at a price to the public purse? And will the Minister outline where will the money come from when it has been decided that pensioners and ill people and PIPs can't have the support they deserve due to the lack of money within government? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the honourable gentleman asked his question with sincerity, and he is much liked in this place too. And what I would suggest that he says to his constituents is to make clear that a financial element to this deal was, of course, crucial to protect the operation. That's crucial for the security of his citizens in Strangford. It's crucial for the citizens of the United Kingdom. It's crucial for the United States and our interests overseas. Some of the figures that have been being quoted in the media are simply inaccurate. And of course, this is over a 99-year period. We won't scrimp when it comes to our security. It's important we invest in it. That's exactly what this government is doing.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Is it relevant to the questions you just had? Point of order, Amanda Martin.
It's linked to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson's comments. Am I able to say? In her overview and questioning of the Minister, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson noted the winter fuel payment had been scrapped. Mr. Speaker, this is simply not true. The winter fuel payment has not been scrapped. It has been mean tested, and to say otherwise is misleading. Mr. Speaker, it's similar to when the coalition Liberal Democrat Tory government means tested child benefits.
Order. I think we've got the gist of it. It's a point of clarification rather than a point of order, and you put it on the record. Right. Let's just move on. OK, we now come to the next urgent question. Carla Denyer. Carla Denyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Foreign Secretary to make a statement about the Israeli government's announcement that it is expanding its military operation in Gaza.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are deeply concerned about the resumption of hostilities in Gaza. The UK does not support an expansion of Israel's military operations. Continued fighting and more bloodshed is in nobody's interest. All parties, including Israel, must observe international humanitarian law. We urge all parties to return to dialogue and ceasefire negotiations, ensuring the return of all who have endured unimaginable suffering. It is clear that this conflict cannot be won by bombs and bullets, but by diplomacy. Aid should never be used as a political tool. Israel must restart the flow of aid immediately. Blocking goods supplies and power entering Gaza risks breaching international humanitarian law, and it should not be happening. We're doing everything we can to alleviate that situation. Gaza is also the most dangerous place in the world to be an aid worker. Over 400 aid workers have been killed since the start of the conflict. Despite renewed fighting, the United Nations and humanitarian organisations must be able to deliver their vital work. A year on from the appalling attack on the World Central Kitchen aid workers, lessons have not been learned. We're appalled at recent attacks on aid workers, including on a UNOPS guest house and the killing of at least 8 Palestinian Red Crescent medics. Our thoughts are with the victims and their families. Those responsible must be held accountable. The government of Israel must urgently ensure that there are effective deconfliction mechanisms in place to enable agencies to deliver their impartial mandates safely. On 28th of March, the UK and France called an urgent UN Security Council meeting to discuss the risks facing humanitarian aid workers in Gaza. Since the hostilities resumed, the Foreign Secretary has spoken to Secretary Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar, Israeli Minister for Strategic Affairs Ron Dermer, EU High Representative Callas, and the UN Emergency Relief Coordinator Tom Fletcher. A return to a ceasefire is the only way we will bring this conflict to an end and return to negotiations for a lasting peace in the region. That is the only way to deliver the two-state solution we all want to see. Both Israelis and Palestinians have the right to live in peace and security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Israeli government's brutal decision to expand its military operations in Gaza is not security. It is domination and erasure. It comes on top of 18 months of collective punishment, including, since the 2nd of March, the longest aid blockade since the war began. I welcome the confirmation from the Minister that the UK does not support the Israeli government's expanded military operation in Gaza. Will the Minister now finally name what is happening as genocide and undertake a structural investigation into genocide and other crimes under international law committed in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories? And to ensure that the UK is not complicit with Israel's ongoing genocide, illegal occupation and system of apartheid, will he immediately suspend the direct and indirect supply, sale or transfer, including transit and transshipment, to Israel of all weapons, munitions and other military and security equipment? Will he immediately suspend the provision of training and other military and security assistance and recognise that otherwise there is a clear risk of contributing to the commission of serious violations of international humanitarian law, international human rights law, including crimes under international law? The UK, as the Minister mentioned, is a significant provider of humanitarian aid to the region, so can he tell us what assessment he's made of the impact of today's reports on the humanitarian crisis? And although the Minister touched on this slightly, could, given the UK's level of influence with Israeli authorities, could he confirm that he will use his position to actively oppose current and planned attempts by Israel to establish a permanent military presence in Gaza? and to oppose moves to alter Gaza's borders and demographic makeup, to shrink its territory, including through any expanded buffer zones and construction of permanent checkpoints. Lastly, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady asks important questions. As I've said to this House on a number of occasions, determinations of breaches of serious international law are for competent courts, and we support those courts in their work. She raises a series of questions. On weapons, I want to be clear, we continue to stand by the assessments that we made soberly in September and the suspensions of licences that involved. She asked about the UK's view on a permanent presence in Gaza. We remain clearly of the view, and I'm happy to restate our policy now. We welcome the proposal by Arab nations called the Arab Initiative, which would allow for a reconstruction of Gaza, the safe return of Palestinians who've been displaced, and for those still remaining in Gaza, that they would be able to rebuild their lives without forced displacement, which we oppose.
Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've had several urgent statements and questions on Gaza over the last few months. Each time I've come to the chamber and I've asked the government, what is Plan B? What is Plan B when Israel ends the ceasefire, which is what has happened? What is Plan B when Israel's far-right government chooses its survival over the lives of the remaining hostages, which is what seems to have happened? What is Plan B when annexation, either of the West Bank or of Gaza, isn't just threatened, but what actually happens, which is what is happening now? So my question is this. What is this government actually doing to turn our allies' heads from American trade wars to the tragedy unfolding in the Middle East and do whatever they can to restore a ceasefire and the road to peace?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, who has been pressing these issues for some time, is right to raise these questions. She asks whether there is a Plan B. In all of my experience, there can be no Plan B in Israel-Palestine. There is only one route, widely understood by our allies in the region and beyond, and it must be a two-state solution. The route to a two-state solution must involve compliance with international humanitarian law. It is clear from even the short exchange we have had already in the chamber that the British government's policy and the Israeli government's policy differs. It is going to continue to differ until we return to a pathway to a two-state solution. There is no Plan B. Our Plan A is for a two-state solution, and we will work with our allies, both in the region, in the Security Council, as we did on Friday, and more closer to home in order to pursue those arguments.
Dame Priti Patel, the Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Thank you for granting this urgent question, Mr. Speaker. This is clearly a very difficult and dangerous moment for the Middle East, and a way must be found through this dreadful impasse that has led to the breakdown of the ceasefire agreement. As has been said time and time again, the key to a sustainable end to this conflict is the release of the remaining 59 hostages so cruelly being held by Hamas terrorists since the atrocities of October the 7th. Their continued captivity is intolerable. The British government should be able to bring influence to bear, and the Foreign Secretary should be directly involved in all efforts to find a way through, working with Israeli counterparts, the US and key regional players and mediator countries. We said this in the House yesterday as well. And yesterday in this chamber, the Minister stated that the government is in regular contact with all those involved in negotiations, including the Foreign Secretary, and he said it today as well. He was speaking to his Israeli counterpart last week. So can he inform the House what direct minister-to-minister discussions have taken place about the current military operations? Were ministers informed in advance? And have they been given any information about the objective Israel are seeking? Every week, we are all here asking questions here of ministers, and it's unclear exactly what level of influence the government has. What is the government's plan? What is their vision of a way through? What discussions have they had in recent days with vital interlocutors? And on the issue of humanitarian aid, does he feel he has made any progress in his efforts to try to unblock the current aid access situation? Can he update the House on what has been happening to British aid? We've spoken about this many times. Where is that aid? While the restrictions are remaining, what has happened to that aid? And finally, Mr. Speaker, it was our position in government, and indeed it's the position of the Labour government, that there can be no role for Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists in Gaza's future. Will he be proposing a roadmap to our critical partners about this, how this will end and how this becomes a reality?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady asked important questions. The Foreign Secretary has been directly involved in minister-to-minister contact. I too have been talking with all of those affected. I very much welcome the comments about the hostages. Of course, this whole House wants to see them all released, and I'm sure many of us will be thinking of Avinatan or with a British mother who is still held in almost certainly terrible conditions and has continued to be held ever since October the 7th. And I know the whole House will continue to think of those hostage victims. She asks rightly about humanitarian aid. She asked rightly about humanitarian aid. And I will accept that our efforts in recent days to try and prevent a blockade from continuing in Gaza have not been effective. We have seen, at the first part of this year, a very welcome increase in aid going into Gaza, including UK aid. Even during that greater flow, there were still restrictions that were unwelcome on the nature of the aid that went in, that made reconstruction, shelter, tents, sleeping bags hard to get into Gaza when they were desperately needed. So there were improvements. We can see a route to which we might see a significant increase of aid into the Gaza Strip, which is desperately needed. But at the current time, the reports are extremely depressing, and we discussed some of them yesterday. She asks about our plan for reconstruction and what discussions we have with others. We have discussed the Arab initiative with those involved closely. We think it is a plan with real merit. It must not allow Hamas to have a role in governance. We are absolutely clear on that point. I think Arab partners are very much of the same view, but that is the basic idea from which we must work.
Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 30th of March, the first day of Eid, Israeli attacks on Gaza killed dozens of Palestinians, adding to the death toll since Israel breached the ceasefire agreement. Israel is now in the process of enacting the largest forced displacements, ordering hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from Rafah. Mr. Speaker, how will this end? Israel cannot and will not stop. Is the goal ethnic cleansing? We are witnessing this. Is the goal complete destruction of Gaza? We are now witnessing this. Is the goal permanent occupation of Gaza and the West Bank? We continue to witness this. Is the goal a complete end to the two-state solution? Israeli ministers have made their intentions clear. Will the minister unequivocally condemn their actions for what they are, war crimes and crimes against humanity?
My honourable friend has been fearless and persistent on these questions, and I do condemn the comments of Israeli ministers which amount to forced displacement or annexation of Palestinian territories. We recognise international humanitarian law, and we call on all of our allies, including Israel, to also abide by it. The scenes in Gaza have been hard to watch in recent days, and we will continue to make these points to the Israelis with all the force that you would expect.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Monica Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Israel's expansion of military activity in Gaza, including a strike on UN medical facilities, displacement of civilians, and the Defence Minister's new proposal to seize large swathes of territory is gravely disturbing. It seems international humanitarian law is being violated. This week's reports that IDF forces killed and buried 15 humanitarian workers in a mass grave is also appalling. The ceasefire must be restored. Israel must immediately end its illegal blockade of humanitarian aid into Gaza to bring desperately needed relief to 2 million people who have suffered enormously, and Hamas must release the remaining hostages immediately and unconditionally. Will the Minister update the House on the conversations he is having with Israeli, American and Middle Eastern partners regarding the restoration of the ceasefire? All sides must recommit to a political process. He says there is only one route. So I will ask the Minister once again if this government will now recognise a Palestinian state, giving hope to millions of Palestinians. And will he outline what the UK is doing to hold those who attack aid workers in violation of international humanitarian law accountable and protect those aid workers who remain in Gaza?
The questions raised are important ones about, let me start with humanitarian aid workers, and the whole House would have heard the Prime Minister responding to my honourable friend, the member for Truro and Falmouth. We of course do want to see accountability when humanitarian workers are struck. We particularly expect accountability when it is British nationals who are affected, and my thoughts are with the whole families of all of those affected by the World Central Kitchen incident. What do we want to see next by way of accountability? We want to see the Israeli Military Advocate General going through the investigation at a proper speed. It has been 1 year, coming to proper findings and answering the question of whether or not criminal charges should now be laid. On the questions of the recognition of a Palestinian state, this House has discussed them many times. We will recognise a Palestinian state as part of a contribution to a two-state solution. We are all watching the events in the occupied Palestinian territories at the moment and seeing how distant a functional Palestinian state looks like under these circumstances. And our first efforts must be to restore the basic function of Palestinian life, both in Gaza and in West Bank, where it is also under threat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited the occupied Palestinian territories with the Foreign Affairs Committee. I travelled to Area C in West Bank, and I saw firsthand the settler violence that Palestinian men, women and children are facing day in, day out. They are living their lives in constant fear. In this House, we all support a two-state solution, but this is being undermined daily by the actions of the Israeli government, especially in the West Bank. We're seeing it being annexed in real time. The Minister says that we will recognise the state of Palestine when the time is right, but I fear there may be no state left to recognise. Will the government look again at stopping all settlement goods coming into the UK?
These are important questions. The UK considers settlements illegal under international law. We are clear that settlement goods must be properly labelled, and they do not benefit for the trading regimes that would otherwise apply both to Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. My honourable friend's question is the right one. We need to ensure that there remains a viable path to a two-state solution. There is no other path to peace in the region, and all of our efforts are focused on that outcome.
Sir Desmond Swade.
Mr. Speaker, when I was the minister responsible, the minister now was an outstanding official in that department. So he will know that when I presented an egregious list of complaints to the Deputy Prime Minister of Israel and the Chief Negotiator, he simply stormed from the meeting, leaving the ambassador with his head in his hands. So I ask, what leverage do we actually have?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is kind about my service, and I know that he raised some of these issues with some force, as he says, in his time in my role. And it underlines, I think, the hard truth here, which is the Israelis must be persuaded to relent from a course of action which both parties have seen, and others, the other parties as well in this chamber, have seen is totally undermining to the long-term stability of the region, which is important not just for Israel, not just for Palestine, but for the UK and our friends and allies in the Middle East.
Lord MacDougall.
Mr. Speaker, the poor people of Gaza trapped between Hamas, who refused to release the 59 hostages, and Defence Minister Katz now threatening total destruction of Gaza. I wonder if the Minister shares my despair at the lack of leadership that is committed to peace, and I wonder if he can talk about what diplomatic efforts and through perhaps aid spending we are making to try to create moderate leadership in the region which can create the long-term circumstances for peace and reconciliation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend has done much work over the years on questions of peace building. We too are committed to playing our part in trying to build up the connections between the two societies that could allow for the kind of moderate leadership at the very most local level that is so necessary for making peace. We saw that in our own experience of Northern Ireland. Many in this chamber have rightly pressed us on all MEP's proposals, and we will look forward in the coming period to setting out what we will be doing to support peace-building efforts. I watch, as the Foreign Secretary does, with dismay on both sides, with the many civilians asking for peace, the many civilians protesting both in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories for a return to a ceasefire. That is what we want to see.
Richard Ford.
We've heard ministers refer many times to the risk of breaches of international humanitarian law. On the one occasion, on the 17th of March, where the Foreign Secretary admitted that withholding aid to Gaza was a breach of international law, he had to retract the admission and refer again to a risk of breaches. If the recent attacks on aid workers constitute a further risk of breaches, can the Minister outline what would constitute an actual breach?
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary has clarified his comments on the occasion that the honourable gentleman refers to, and the honourable gentleman will know well from his own background that it is a long-standing policy of governments of all kinds that it is not for ministers to act as courts. There are competent international courts who make these determinations.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resumption of the conflict in Gaza is incredibly tragic, and it's especially heartbreaking for the hostage families and all those brave people we have seen protesting in Israel against their government and in Gaza against the death cult that is Hamas. Would the Minister agree with me that the conflict today could end if Hamas released the 59 hostages and left Gaza to live in peace and security? And will the Minister update us on plans for the international plan for peace for Israelis and Palestinians?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is right. Hostages must be released. Hamas can play no role in the future governance of Gaza, and their role, which was described by the Shadow Foreign Secretary correctly as supported by Iran, has been malign. Malign for the Palestinians, malign for the Israelis, malign for the UK, and malign for the region. On his question about the proposal for the International Peace Building Fund, we will come back to this House with further details of our approach. As the situation continues to evolve, we want to carefully consider how best we can contribute to peace building in the way that my honourable friend asked in one of the previous questions.
Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In his answer to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, can I thank the Minister for raising the plight of Avinatan Or, who I'm proud to be twinned with. He was brutally captured by Hamas terrorists now 544 days ago. In March, his family received a sign of life for the first time, and in that same month, a number of colleagues heard from his mother, Ditsa, who is a British citizen, moving story in Parliament, and her continued plight for her son's release. Does the Minister agree that Hamas could end the war now by releasing Avinatan and all the remaining hostages? And will he assure Ditsa that all avenues are being pursued by this government to make that a reality?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for mentioning Ditsa. I too met her recently, and indeed Avinatan's sister. These are two incredibly strong women doing absolutely everything that they can for their loved one, and I can assure them from this dispatch box that we are doing everything we can to secure his release.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I associate myself with the Minister's remarks about the killings of the British World Central Kitchen workers by Israel in Gaza, and I extend this sentiment to Palestinian aid workers too. It's almost a year since I was last in Gaza, and there's not a day goes by when I don't think about what I saw. Does the Minister agree with me that what Israel is doing in Gaza is new and uncharted territory in its level of danger, both to Palestinians and to the prospects of a two-state solution ever being realised? Does he further agree with me that it is past time for fresh, coordinated international action to stop this? And when will he be able to come to the House to outline what this action will be?
My honourable friend has seen events in Gaza with her own eyes, and I know from all of her work before she came to this place how committed not just an advocate but an actor she has been for those suffering some of the most unimaginable pressures and horrors. And they continue, I agree, they continue to suffer those pressures and see those horrors. We took the step of calling the UN Security Council to session on these questions on Friday solemnly and soberly. We will work with our international partners on these questions. They are egregious threats, both for the life of Palestinians, to a two-state solution, to the stability of the region. And I will be back to this House to give her further updates, as she would expect.
Leila Moran. We need a ceasefire now, again, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the situation on the ground is as bad as it has ever been, if not worse. I spoke to my friend whose family are in Gaza. He told me that last week their home was bombed multiple times while they were sheltering in the basement with no food or water. They're now barely surviving, surrounded by destruction, terrified, without aid for over a month. He said, this is not self-defense. This is the destruction of families like mine. So if this government doesn't support this escalation, where are the consequences? We do have leverage. Why have they not suspended all arms sales to the IDF? Not because of a risk of it hitting civilians, but because we have principles and we will show intent.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for sharing the story in the Chamber. I know that many members of this House are receiving similar stories over the last few days, and indeed have been for the last 18 months that this conflict has been running. I've set out our position on arms a number of times in this House, and I would like to say that the decisions taken in September were decisions of principle. They remain decisions of principle, and the two principles that underline our position in relation to arms licenses for sale to Israel are both that we are concerned about risks of international humanitarian law and that we will continue to defend Israel against threats to its security and safety, including from Iran. We have both suspended weapons that could be sold to Israel, and we have flown the RAF in their defence when Iran threatened to strike them with missiles. The world is incredibly complicated. It is moving very quickly, and I recognise the strength of feeling in this House on the question of arms. Our position remains the same, and it is one of principle.
Tan Singh Desi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, what we are witnessing in Gaza is the weaponisation of starvation, with an ongoing blockade of food, water, medicines and shelter now into its second month. There is also the heart-wrenching, despicable discovery of the killing of a further 15 aid workers found in a mass grave, and now large-scale hostilities have restarted. This must stop. So, Minister, given it's clear that the Netanyahu regime is not listening to the UK government and will only listen to President Trump, what pressure is our government putting onto the US so that the Israeli government finally ends its aid blockade?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as you would expect, I will confine my comments to the discussions that we have rather than the policy of other allies. But my honourable friend, who's raised these issues many times, is right. I have said it at this dispatch box. The Prime Minister said it at Prime Minister's questions earlier, and the Foreign Secretary reiterated this yesterday. We want the aid blockade to end immediately. It should not have been put in place. Palestinian civilians are suffering, and we expect urgent action. We, of course, discuss these issues with Secretary Rubio, with Special Envoy Steve Wetkoff, and with a whole range of our counterparts in the US system. We work closely with our American colleagues in the Middle East, on the Middle East, and in a whole range of national security fields. And we are clear about our policy with them, as we are with the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to bring a sense of urgency to this? The people of Gaza are starving. Every bakery is closed. There's insufficiency of water. There's no power. There's no schools open. There's no hospitals fully functioning. It is an utterly desperate situation. Yet we are still allowing, I believe, RAF Akrotiri to be used as a staging point for Israel. We're still supplying parts for F-35 jets, which are bombing the people of Gaza, bombing the rubble there. What is the government doing to ensure Israel stops the bombing and food aid gets through very, very urgently for the people of Gaza, merely to help them survive?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the House is under no doubt about the urgency with which myself, the Foreign Secretary, the whole ministerial team treat these issues. I've answered, I think, the question in relation to arms already in this session. The position in relation to the humanitarian needs has been on terrible and vivid display over the last few days. We're aware of the reports to which the honourable gentleman refers, and we raise these issues with the urgency they demand.
Paul Wall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Hostages and Missing Families Forum in Israel said this morning they were horrified to wake up to the news of the expanded military operation, and that's because they know the risk that it poses to their loved ones. But it's the loved ones of Palestinians who've already suffered so much that are most relevant today. And they themselves know that the annexation and the forced displacement of men, women and children is simply unacceptable. So can the Minister tell me exactly what he and this UK government have done to make representations to Israel, both about that Israeli aggression and about the expanded new 13 settlements in the West Bank, which are deliberately designed to suffocate any future state of Palestine?
I can assure my honourable friend, who has been a doughty campaigner on these issues, that we have raised both the risks of returning to war and indeed the settlements he refers to directly with the Israeli government, and we will continue to do so.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's reply today to the urgent question, but I'm sure he'll forgive me if I say we have heard all of this before. And there's a sense of hopelessness in this place, at this downward spiral that we seem to be on. But it must be nothing to the hopelessness that's being felt by the Gazans and also by the Israeli population. The Israeli regime isn't listening to us. It's not listening to its own population who are protesting and simply want their hostages home. The region needs some hope, and it's been suggested here already today that if we are going to go down the route to a two-state solution, we need to have a breakthrough. That breakthrough might come if this government would recognise Palestine as a state.
I recognise the honourable lady's remarks. The sense of hopelessness must be acute in Gaza, and I would say to all of those watching from the region that the UK will continue to do everything we can, no matter how hard it is, to try and return to a ceasefire. I think I've addressed the questions about the recognition of the Palestinian state. There must be a breakthrough. We need to get back onto the path that both sides have been on before if stability is to return to the region.
Could I just make the point to members that there are a lot of right honourable members still wanting to get in. There is an important statement to come in due course, so please can questions be a little briefer. Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House and for the Honourable Member for Bristol Central for raising this. But I concur with the comments of the Right Honourable Member for Islington South and Finsbury in that we've been here before, Minister. It's the same responses we keep getting. Our constituents continue to write to us about this. They want hope. But the reality is that in the last fortnight, over 1,000 Palestinians have been killed. Today marks a month since Israel broke that ceasefire, blocking critical aid into Gaza, in defiance of international law. So I asked the Minister, I know he's working very hard, and I know the Foreign Secretary is working very hard, what more is it going to take before we as a UK government take a different course of action? Because Israel is not listening to warm words any longer.
I thank my honourable friend for the question, and my constituents in Lincoln have strong views about the horrors that they see, as I know so many constituents right across the country are writing to their members and expressing their views strongly as well. I would not describe our policy as warm words, and I think many of our friends in the region wouldn't describe our words as warm either. We have taken concrete action since becoming the government. We have restored aid to UNRWA, we have taken the arms suspension measures that have been discussed, we have sanctioned settlers, we have continued to use our position of the UN Security Council to try to bring attention and action on some of the most egregious areas of concern. We will continue to do so. I do not promise this House that I will be able to return next time with something different to say. The fact that my remarks may seem repetitive indicates that the problem is difficult. The solution feels distant, but we must continue to work on the path that this whole House knows we must get back to, which is towards a two-state solution.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Foreign Secretary was unequivocal in saying that both sides, Hamas and Israel, were guilty of committing atrocities. Does the Minister agree with the Foreign Secretary that that is the case?
I think the honourable gentleman is trying to return to the question asked by the honourable member for the Liberal Democrats. Just to be clear, on determinations of crimes, we leave that to courts. On risk of determinations, we take action.
Andy MacDonald.
Deputy Speaker, as affirmed by the ICJ in its advisory opinion, Israel is violating the peremptory norms of the Palestinian people's right of self-determination, the prohibition against racial discrimination and apartheid, and the prohibition against unlawful use of force. Its occupation of Palestine is illegal and must end as soon as possible. So will the Minister acknowledge that the UK has the duty to suspend all military cooperation and trade with Israel, a duty that stems from a wide range of intersecting international obligations in the face of grave illegalities committed by the State of Israel?
My honourable friend asked me about the advisory opinion of the ICJ. We do accept that the settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories by the Israelis are illegal, and we have been clear about that policy position. We will take some time yet, I'm afraid, to return to this House with a full response to the advisory opinion of the ICJ, which has a number of novel elements of international jurisprudence, and we are considering it with the seriousness and the soberness that it requires. We agree on the fundamentals. The settlements are illegal and they must be brought to an end.
Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recent polling suggests that over 60% of Israelis will support any deal that brings the remaining hostages home. If this can be achieved, the likelihood is that peace and indeed rebuilding can be achieved, especially if Egypt can be involved along with finance from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf. Can the government please push for this?
I can confirm, Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to see all of the hostages returned, and we do want to see a reconstruction plan for Gaza based on the Arab Initiative with the full involvement of the region, a reconstruction plan that can allow Palestinians to remain in their homes.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was devastated to hear of the expansion of military operations in Gaza this week. Alongside the aid blockade in the region, this is a clear breach of international humanitarian law. The Minister has said that he urges Israel to respect IHL. If Israel continues to ignore the international community on this, what concrete steps will we take to hold them accountable?
My honourable friend has served both in our military and as an aid worker, and he knows well and feels strongly, as I know so many in this House do, the agonies of what we're seeing. We have determined that there is a serious risk of breaches of international humanitarian law by the Israeli government. We will continue to press them on these points, and I won't issue further comment on sanctions, which I think was underlying some of his questions. To do so could reduce their impact.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While no one wants to see the continuation of the war in Gaza,
under the terms of the ceasefire agreement, Israel does have the right to take action where there is an immediate threat. And we have seen that, first of all, the Hamas have refused to release hostages. They are now firing rockets into Israel. They're planning further attacks, and indeed they're attacking now their own citizens who protest against them and murdering them. Is it not reasonable in those circumstances for Israel to take action to defend its own country? And should the priority of this government not be to ensure that Hamas release the hostages which they're cruelly and cynically holding, and secondly ensure that UK aid is not used to prop up Hamas and help them to reassert their authority?
I agree with the honourable gentleman. Of course, Israel has the right to legitimate self-defence consistent with international humanitarian law. It is the concerns about the risk of a breach of international humanitarian law that underpins our concerns. The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Hamas are a threat not just to Israel but to their own people, and I have been absolutely clear on that question on numerous times at this dispatch box. Where there are any reports that Hamas is benefiting from aid going into the Gaza Strip or anywhere else, we take serious action in response.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the rule of international law means anything, it also means that we must uphold it. So just as we recognise taking hostages is a breach of international law, so we recognise killing aid workers is a breach of international law. And my constituents will be listening to the Minister, recognising the work that's being done, but completely perplexed as to why we are not doing more to uphold international law in its practice, because he's right to argue that the courts need to be involved in this. He said that he wanted to see this being dealt with by the relevant court, the competent court. Can he explain to my constituents, when he talks about novel elements of jurisprudence delaying our ability to do that, what more would it take for the United Kingdom, through the auspices of the UN Security Council, to make a referral to the ICC, given what we are seeing now, and to uphold directly international human rights law?
My honourable friend asked an important question, and I recognise for constituents in Walthamstow and elsewhere, questions of international law may seem very arcane when we're faced with the kind of images that we are all seeing this morning and have been seeing for months. So let me clarify. On questions of international law, she refers to the ICJ advisory opinion. That is an advisory opinion long in the gestation, which refers to the presence of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territories. It predates the October the 7th attacks. She also refers to the ICC, who have heard referrals in relation to conduct on both sides of the conflict since after the October the 7th attacks. We respond, obviously, in the fullness of time as required by the ICJ, which has taken some time in its complex determinations about the status of the occupied Palestinian territories. We have responded to the timelines required on the ICC and did so late last year.
Andrew George.
Mr. Speaker, we can all see the discomfort of the Minister in having to embroider language and to refer to merely the risk of the breach of international law and not speak as plainly as I think many people in this House wish him to speak on behalf of our country. And of course, we all want to see the hostages free, just as we want to see free the 2 million hostages in Gaza who are being held hostage by the murderous IDF, who are treating them with disdain and starving them at present. But if he's not prepared to make the statement which I think many of us do wish him to make, will he at least admit that the actions of the far-right Israeli government can no longer be described as self-defence?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been accused of many things, but not embroidery. So let me be clear, if there is any doubt. The position to which I stick at this dispatch box about the determinations of law is one that has been held consistently by both parties for a very long time, and there is a good reason why you would not want people stood at this dispatch box making determinations of law. That is why we have courts. That is why there is an international legal order that this country has a proud history of establishing and maintaining. But let me be clear, we have determined that there is a risk of those breaches. We are not making a determination. We are looking to our own laws, in fact passed by the benches opposite, and we are following them through thoroughly and vigorously. And in the discharge of our duties, we have said we think there is a serious risk of breaches of international humanitarian law. That is the same as saying that we think there is a serious risk Israel is not simply acting in its own legitimate self-defence. And that is why we have taken the steps that we have taken.
Tulip Siddiq.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last year I raised the concerns of a constituent whose family member was stuck in Gaza without food or water. The situation has worsened since the aid blockade, and I'm particularly worried about the escalation of hostilities impacting women and girls most. We know that female hygiene products are at a critical low. There are women giving births on hospital floors, and we know that doctors are performing C-sections without adequate medical supplies on women. So could I ask the Minister, on behalf of the hundreds of constituents who have written to me, to tell me what the UK government is doing to end this blockade on aid, but also to reassure me that our UK government has specifically communicated the sheer urgency on the ground to the Israeli government?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to comment on particular cases involving constituents in Gaza. I know my honourable friend works incredibly hard for her constituents, as do many others here, and where I am in direct correspondence with people about the fate of their constituents or the relatives of their constituents in Gaza, I will not provide a running commentary from this dispatch box, but all I will say is that the Foreign Office will do everything it can to ensure that British nationals in distress, including in Gaza, and their loved ones are able to get to safety. I can confirm too to the Honourable Lady that we've raised the urgency of these matters with the Israeli government.
Shawkat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Another day, another statement, another day of predictable answers which are both depressing and predictable. And nothing more predictable and depressing as the statement, we are doing everything that we can. Can I ask the Minister, are we really doing everything we can when we haven't called out a genocide and ethnic cleansing as we see it happening in real time? Are we doing everything we can when we haven't even imposed bilateral economic sanctions? Are we doing everything we can when we haven't even called in the ambassador to express our concerns? And if indeed we are doing everything we can I ask the Minister why the government had just sold £9 million worth of technology for Israeli submarines which are being built to house nuclear weapons? Thank you.
Yeah. We are doing everything that we can, and I recognise from the commentary of many members in the House how unbearably frustrating them and their constituents find the situation in which we find ourselves. I have been calling for a ceasefire ever since I have been a minister. It is deeply depressing for me as well to be in this situation today, as I have been so many times in this House, and we will continue to do everything in accordance with the measures that I've laid out this afternoon to try and bring this conflict back to a ceasefire.
James Asser.
Speaker, the Minister has been very generous with his time both today but over the last few months, both in this House and in private meetings. But every time we have met, the situation has been bad and getting worse. And as the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Aberdeen has said, it is now as bad as it has ever been. Does the Minister therefore agree that unless we in the international community take firmer, immediate action as a matter of urgency to force a change, nothing is going to be different? And there will be no point talking about peace or even a two-state solution, because those opportunities will not just be lost for now, but for a generation of foreseeable future, and the consequences to the people of the region, particularly the people of Gaza, are going to be unimaginable.
I thank my honourable friend for his kind words. We have, in the time that we have been the government, we have seen the situation deteriorate, but we have also seen it improve. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to return to this House soon with news that we are back at a ceasefire. I recognise how distant that feels at this moment, but a ceasefire would not just be a vital step towards a two-state solution. It would not just be an enormous contribution to getting aid into Gaza, it would be the step change that is required in order to get into the international diplomacy required to try and bring stability to the region.
Will Forster.
Speaker, with 400 aid workers killed in Gaza in the last 500 days, and being a year and a day away from the awful attack on the Central World Kitchen, please can the Minister confirm how many British aid workers are in Gaza and what tangible actions will the government ensure that Israel takes to guarantee their safety?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe I would not be in a position to confirm the current number of British nationals in Gaza as aid workers, but if I am in a position to do so, I'll write to the member. I suspect I won't be, but I'll return if I can.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Hostage Families Forum, which represents most of the captives' families, has said they were horrified this morning when they woke up to the Defence Minister's announcement about expanding military operations in Gaza. They also said that the Israeli government has an obligation to free all 59 hostages from Hamas captivity and to pursue every possible channel to advance a deal for their release. Madam Deputy Speaker, the only time hostages have been released is when there has actually been a ceasefire. And so a ceasefire is paramount to the release of hostages. Now, I would say to the Minister, if we believe that we should stop bombing Gaza, we need to stop supplying Israel with parts for bombs. If we believe in a two-state solution, it's about time we recognise Palestine.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've provided commentary on the questions of recognition already this evening, and I'll just reassure my honourable friends that we are not providing parts for bombs. We've set out the provisions on arms suspension. There was a question about the global supply chain for F-35 parts, where those parts are going indirectly to Gaza, indirectly to Israel rather, which I've elaborated in this House on a number of occasions, and that remains the position.
Smeddy.
Nearly 24,000 women and children have been killed in Gaza since October the 7th. Evidence submitted to the UN's Human Rights Council show that Israel's use of starvation as a method of war, the denial of humanitarian assistance and the concerted policy to destroy Gaza's healthcare system. Will the government take immediate and tangible steps to demonstrate the UK's commitment to upholding international law and immediately cease provision of military support to Israel, suspend all export licences and impose the two-way arms embargo?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've set out our position in relation to arms suspensions earlier in the session.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Say to the Minister, try and approach it another way. It's quite obvious that Israel has been emboldened by the explicit and implicit support of the US government for what they're doing. That's been a fundamental change. The US government's ruled out a two-state solution, as I understand it. So what has the Minister been doing or can do to work with our colleagues in the European Union and in the Arab states to develop a clear plan for a two-state solution and a clear time frame when all countries will recognise a Palestinian state?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as you would expect, I won't seek to characterise the foreign policy of others when they do so themselves. On the question of cooperation and coordination, we've been in extensive dialogue with those involved with the Arab Initiative. We have worked with Germany, France and Italy in joint statements to that effect and on wider issues recently, and I expect that in June we will join an important international conference in relation to a two-state solution where we will discuss this with our partners.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Time and time again we have heard ministers from that dispatch box talk about how they are trying to do everything they can, the diplomatic levers they are trying to pull. But we all know that since the ceasefire was broken by Israelis not complying, 1,100 people have been killed, mainly women and children. 15 aid workers assassinated. We know they were assassinated because some of them had their hands tied behind their back. The Minister knows that there's only 3 actions that we can implore: stop trade, sanctions, and recognising Palestine. These are the only actions that this government can take to prevent Israelis from causing more damage. Which one will he take?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman knows I was a diplomat before, and it is diplomacy ultimately that is going to resolve this conflict, and that is the lever to which we must most vigorously apply ourselves.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But just suppose that we closed our airbase in Cyprus, and just suppose we applied greater sanctions, and just suppose we withdrew those export licences, and just suppose we recognise the state of Palestine. Will the Minister be making the same statement, and what analysis has he made of that?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's hard enough to respond to the facts as they are. I won't be drawn by my honourable friend to get into quite such a complex chain of hypotheticals.
Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for his answers and for his understanding and his honesty as well. Minister, Hamas terrorists, they're murderers, they're rapists, they're child killers. They hide their AK-47s and their weaponries in children's beds. They hide their missiles in their schools, in their hospitals and in their houses. So what steps has the Minister and Government taken with the UN to bring all of the kidnapped hostages home alive, rather than in the coffins that were paraded by Hamas terrorist murderers around at the last hostage handover, and underline that the Israelis would not be intensifying their plans to strike where the murderous Hamas not continuing to hold hostages and to fire rockets into Israel daily?
We have worked with our partners in the region, with the Israeli government, with the US and many others to try and secure the safe release of all those with UK links who have been held hostage. Of course, we want to see all hostages released, but it is to the British nationals and those with links to the UK that we have in the most focused way, turned our efforts. And it has been heartbreaking for me, as it has been for so many in this House. It has been so joyful to see British nationals escape from Hamas clutches alive, and it has been a heartbreak when British-linked nationals have returned deceased. And I know this whole House will be hoping for Avinat Anor and for all others being held to be returned alive, well, and soon.
It's McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The killing of innocent Palestinian civilians, many women and children, by Israeli forces is simply heartbreaking. And the Minister knows that I've been raising my concerns and the concerns of my Gloucester constituents with him since I was elected to this House last July. And I'm grateful and appreciate the steps that he and the government are taking on aid and on arms. But yet, here we are. So what more can the government do to stop the killing of innocent Palestinian civilians, to ensure the release of all the remaining hostages, and to ensure that aid gets those who so desperately need it in Gaza?
I thank my honourable friend for his question and for his persistence on these issues. So many of my colleagues on these benches and on the others have raised the plight of Palestinian civilians, the plight of hostages, with real force and real urgency ever since we became the government, and I am sure that they will continue to do so. We will continue to take the steps that I've outlined in order to try and effect a change. We recognise the greater urgency that is upon us all as military activity intensifies, and I hope to return to this House in due course with updates on our diplomatic efforts.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, of which the UK is a signatory, states have an obligation to prevent and punish genocide. The obligation to prevent involves acting now, acting immediately. Can the Minister outline what the government is doing, some steps, what those steps are, to ensure that genocide is prevented in Gaza?
The honourable member will have heard my previous comments about determinations. I'll answer the question which I think he's asking is, what have we done since we have become the government in order to try and reduce the suffering in the occupied Palestinian territories and indeed in Israel? And we have taken steps. We have taken firm steps, far-reaching steps, whether it's on the suspension of arms, the restoration of funding to UNRWA, using our role at the Security Council, raising these questions with force, with the Israeli government, with all relevant regional partners. We are working night and day to try and ensure that those in harm's way are no longer at risk. I recognise today, as we have had on almost every day since we've been in the government, that there is yet more to do.
Deputy Speaker, since Hamas's war crimes of October the 7th, we've seen multiple flagrant breaches of the rules of the international order. This week, 15 Palestinian paramedic Red Crescent workers found in a mass grave alongside their abandoned emergency vehicle, on top of a now 4-week total aid blockade. So can I ask my honourable friend, what are our red lines about how this war without end, where ceasefire signed agreements could be tossed aside, is being conducted?
Our position on the conduct of war is international humanitarian law. We have set out the risks, our concerns of breaches, and we continue to take actions in line with that assessment.
Paula Barker. Madam Deputy Speaker, over 300 Palestinian children have been killed since Israel's new offensive. What worries me about the government is that it doesn't seem to have any red lines that Israel can cross. We need robust action, not words. The two-state solution is on its knees. The two-state solution is not a byproduct of peace, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is the route to peace. So with that in mind, if recognition is not now, then when? And what will the government's response be when Israel permanently occupy parts of Gaza, as their Defence Minister seems to be insinuating?
My honourable friend has got a long commitment to these issues. I know she's travelled to the region, and she is right to say that the two-state solution must be central. She asks about annexation, and I can be clear once again from this dispatch box that we want a resolution which provides for occupied Palestinian territories to be Palestinian consistent with the relevant Security Council resolutions.
Andrew Pakes.
Deputy Speaker, can I commend the Minister for the care and concern he takes updating this House, but we keep coming back to the same point in the situation. And this morning's announcement by the Israeli government about more incursions is condemnable. We all know where this leads. Over the last year and a half, we've seen mass displacement. It leads to suffering, it leads to hostages not being released, and it leads us closer to the abyss. Would the Minister join with me in making clear that any forcible transfer of Palestinian civilians and any annexation of Palestinian territory is unacceptable and would be a breach of international law?
My honourable friend remains deeply committed to these issues, and I'm pleased to reassure him. We do not support the expansion of military operations by Israel announced this morning, and we continue to oppose forced displacement of the Palestinians. Palestinian territory must not be reduced in the conduct of this war.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the past few days, the worst extremist Ben Gvir has rejoined the Israeli government. Red Crescent medics have been killed by Israeli forces, and Israel has started a fresh ground invasion with the killing hundreds of women and children, and with a specific intention of annexing Palestinian territory. After every atrocity and illegal act, the Foreign Office expresses its concern, and then things get worse. Has the Minister considered what steps the government should take to actually make things get better on the ground for Palestinians and Israelis?
I thank my honourable friends. Of course, it is the thought in our mind every day as we see the imagery ourselves, as we're sent it by our colleagues and our constituents. Every day, this government sees for its own, with its own eyes the degree of horror in Gaza, and every day we ask ourselves what it is that we can do to try and ensure that this goes in the direction of our policy, not in the direction that it has done, which has been to end the ceasefire, which has led far too many hostages to continue to be detained, that aid restrictions have continued long after I and others have called for them to end. And of course, as he would expect, every day these questions haunt us.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we're back here again. Aid workers shot dead and dumped in a shallow grave. Hunger used as a weapon of war. Hospitals bombed. And now new plans to seize large areas of Gaza. And all that in just the last few days. Israel is carrying out war crime after war crime. And on the 29th of December, the Foreign Office issued a press release rightly referring to Russian war crimes. So I don't see why there is reticence here. I'm afraid that expressions of concern are not enough. When is the government going to act and treat Israel as it has rightly treated Russia and impose serious sanctions?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've set out the steps we have taken, the sanctions we have issued, and I'll continue to return to this House with further updates.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recognise what the Minister has said about what has been done, but in light of the current desperate situation, what is the Minister's assessment of what more could be done through diplomatic efforts to ensure Israel allows humanitarian aid in at speed and at scale, but also in support of the Arab Initiative to ensure that Gaza is rebuilt as part of a viable and a recognised Palestinian state?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will continue to work with our partners who are party to the Arab Initiative and indeed our partners in the United Nations Security Council, where we have called sessions, issued statements, and we will continue to work along those lines in the way that the member would expect.
Brian Leishman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a simple question looking for a very simple answer. Does the government recognise Israel's plan for large-scale forced evacuations in Gaza as ethnic cleansing? And if not, why not?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we continue to oppose forced displacement in Gaza.
James Naish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to put on record my sincere desire to see the Israeli hostages returned as soon as possible. The International Development Committee recently spent time in Geneva as part of its inquiry on international humanitarian law. And one of the things that we discussed at length was how countries are increasingly conflating the legality of resorting to war with the legality of conduct in war. And in this particular situation, we see aid being blocked and lands being annexed without, it seems, legitimate justification or even significant condemnation. So can the Minister please explain what the government is doing to ensure that international humanitarian law stops being openly broken and is given the respect it deserves?
My honourable friend and East Midlands colleague is right to raise the deterioration of the application of international humanitarian law. There are too many places currently in conflict where the conduct of hostilities looks to have very, very serious risk of breaches of IHL, and we are doing all that we can, both in Geneva, New York, and indeed on the ground in these places, whether they are in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories or elsewhere, to try and ensure that the breaches of IHL that are at risk do not continue.
Can I thank the Minister for coming to the House this afternoon to respond to questions. There'll now be a brief interlude whilst the front benches swap over. Which brings us to the statement on school-based nursery capital grant outcomes. Secretary of State for Education, Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with permission, I will now make a statement to update the House on the rollout of nurseries in our primary schools. This Labour government is bringing the change that families deserve. We made promises to the parents and children of this country, and not 9 months in, we are acting to deliver them. Free breakfast clubs already rolling out, the curriculum and assessment review already in full swing, children's social care, the biggest overhaul in a generation, funding for 10,000 new places for pupils with SEND, backing for up to 10,000 more apprentices to qualify, new improvement teams for our schools, a new allowance for our kinship carers, promises made, promises kept, and here today we go further. £37 million in funding for 300 primary schools to open and expand nurseries. A big step towards delivering 3,000 nurseries for schools. A big step towards delivering childcare for parents, and a big step to delivering the best start in life for all of our children. And I want that best start in life for every child, because I want opportunity for every child. I want every child in every village, town and city across our country to grow up knowing that success belongs to them. That is the kind of country that I want to live in, the country that this Labour government wants to build. Opportunity, not just for some, but for all of our children. And to achieve that, we need to start early, before university or college, and even before schools, in the earliest years of our children's lives. Those years are fundamental to opportunity. That's where gaps in learning and development first appear, and the longer we wait, the wider they grow and the harder they are to close. That's why when I'm in schools, colleges and universities, even in those places, they agree too. The biggest chance to make an impact on our children's lives sits in those crucial early years. So that's why it's my #1 priority. If we get this right, if we set all children on the track to success, then that is where they will stay. That's why, despite the huge fiscal challenges that we inherited from the party opposite, we have chosen to invest over £8 billion in early years at the last budget. And it's why early years are a central part of the Prime Minister's plan for change, setting the target of a record share of children starting school ready to learn. And it's why today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm announcing the 300 schools that will be delivering our first wave of new and expanded school-based nurseries. Many of these school-based nurseries will serve communities that are facing big challenges and that where there's strong evidence of need. Overall, it means up to 6,000 more nursery places for young children where they'll have the biggest impact, and most of them starting in September this year. And that's vital because that's when the final stage of the 30 hours a week childcare entitlement will kick in. Joining up with the 3- and 4-year-old offer, working parents of children from 9 months right up to the beginning of school will get 30 government-funded hours of childcare a week. And the 300 schools are just the start. 300 on the road to 3,000 school-based nurseries. We'll work with schools, voluntary and private providers, with teachers and with local partners to find and spread what works. And by the end, it will mean tens of thousands of more parents with the power to choose the hours that they want to work. And what a contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the party opposite. Because what we inherited wasn't just an offer that they hadn't actually bothered to fund. It was a pledge without a plan. Places, promises, provision missing. Parents made decisions on the back of these promises. And again, I hear from parents how much they have been relying on the promises which the previous government scattered about like confetti. Across our country, this government is delivering change in months, for which the last government waited 13 years before signing a post-dated cheque. And the changes that we are bringing are changes that will give parents more control over their lives, time to choose their working hours and money back in their pockets. The last Coram report shows the effects are starting to flow through. Childcare costs for under-3s in England have halved since the expansion. But ultimately, childcare and early years education is about children. It is about launching a lifetime of learning, starting as we mean to go on. So as we roll out these school-based nurseries, we are also adding the biggest ever uplift to the early years pupil premium, closing the attainment gap and giving every child the support that they need to learn and grow. And we're supporting early years educators to build their expertise too. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just what is taught in these nurseries that counts, it's where they are too, in primary schools, and that is no accident. We are centring schools in their communities, starting early, working with the voluntary sector and private providers too, so that the move from nursery to school is a natural step, from one room to another, sometimes even in the same building. Just like St Anne's Church Academy in Weston-super-Mare, having a nursery on site means they can build stronger, longer-lasting relationships with families, and the parents feel a part of the community, so that they engage more when their child starts in the nursery and then moves into school. And when their children start reception, there are no big, scary changes. building that sense that school is where they are meant to be. And I saw that come through so powerfully this week when I went to Peterborough to visit Fulbridge Academy. Little Oak Nursery sits at the heart of the school. And when I was there, I spoke to Hannah, a working mum whose little boy Niall goes to the nursery. She told me all about the difference that Little Oak was making to her family, how her son is making friends and taking big strides in his learning, ready to join his 2 older siblings at school in September. The nursery is a big part of how Fulbridge Academy is at the centre of their community. And it's the same for free breakfast clubs. It's why we announced the 750 early adopters this year. Schools are the beating hearts of their communities, where children come together to eat, learn and grow. It's good for attendance and achievement. It's good for behaviour and belonging. It is good for children and their life chances. And that is the point, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is action for them, to give them the start that they deserve, because this is my #1 priority, built on a deep and fierce commitment to the children of this country in the first years of their lives, taking their first steps into the world. Because in our youngest children's faces, in the faces of all who work with them, you see something which for so long has been missing from our country: hope. The hope of a brighter and better future, the hope of a secure and prosperous world, the hope that tomorrow can be better than today, the hope that this is a government that is on their side. That is the future that we shape together, not face alone. That is the hope which so many people in our country have, that our best days lie ahead of us. And that is what the people of this country chose in the general election last July, when they chose hope over fear and chose a brighter tomorrow, not a bitter yesterday. And that is why I am so focused on getting on and delivering change, because it matters so much for lives now, today, not in some distant future. Early years are where futures are made, where life chances are won, where healthier societies are built, and that is the prize on offer. Our youngest generation are the first generation for whom opportunity is open to all right from the start. And I know that members from across this House will agree that is a prize worth fighting for, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Lovely to see you too. And we welcome the announcement today from the Education Secretary, but let's be absolutely clear. The policies she's talking about represent investment of £37 million, but the government are taking away £500 million from nurseries by failing to compensate them for the national insurance increase. This is going to have a catastrophic effect on nurseries up and down the country, who are either going to be forced to close or put their prices up. And catastrophic is not my word, Madam Deputy Speaker, but that of the Early Years Alliance, following Labour's national insurance bombshell on the childcare sector. In her statement, the Education Secretary said that she inherited a pledge without a plan. What a load of nonsense, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is our plan that is delivering the expansion of funded childcare this autumn. It is our plan that she herself today confirmed has already halved costs for under threes, according to independent research. That's our plan, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is her plan that is shutting nurseries up and down the country and will put up costs for parents. Just last week, I hosted a roundtable with some of the unsung sector nurses who were in tears, real decisions about whether they can keep open. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the owners shared with me that she's stopping her own salary so that she can continue to pay her staff the amount that they deserve. Another owner, Madam Deputy Speaker, was having sleepless nights, worrying about how she would provide proper care to the children she can no longer afford with staffing costs, thanks to this government's decisions. It is clearly absurd for the government to ask the sector to absorb the increases of national insurance while keeping the fees the same. The consequences of this are entirely predictable. They will either have to close or put up their prices. A recent survey from the Early Years Alliance said that, sadly, around 400 nurseries they spoke to may have to close due to this government's jobs tax. This is what the Education Secretary's #1 priority looks like. And parents will lose out too. According to the National Day Nurseries Association, increases to national insurance contribution will force nurseries to raise their fees by 10%. These are the obvious consequences of this government's decisions. So, will the Education Secretary finally admit today how much the jobs tax is costing the childcare sector?
What is it?
Will she monitor the impact of closures thanks to her jobs tax on childcare availability? And on the specifics of her announcement today, can she confirm the locations of the schools-based nurseries and how they were chosen? Is it on the basis of surplus primary places, or are they in areas where we need more childcare provision? If it's the latter, how were they identified? These nurseries will be school-paced, so is it her intention that they will mimic the school timetable, or will they be year-round provision and longer than the school day? And will these school-based nurseries be compensated for the impact of the jobs tax? And if so, what will she do to address the inequity that will cause with other providers? As the Early Years Alliance has said today, if the government is truly serious about breaking down barriers to opportunity, it must come to the realisation that increasing school-based provision can only ever be one piece of the puzzle. Failing to recognise this will simply mean that more families lose out. They are right, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under this government, more families will lose out. While I welcome the announcement, the reality is that Labour's decisions are making childcare more expensive and harder to find, and hard-working families will bear the brunt of this government's failure. It is time for the Education Secretary to stop making broken promises and actually make early years her #1 priority.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It must be profoundly draining for the Right Honourable Lady to come to the chamber when faced with such good news, to bring such studied, forced negativity every single time. Madam Deputy Speaker, 6 weeks ago, I was in front of this House delivering the news that we are supporting hundreds of schools across our country to open free breakfast clubs. We got much of the same then, this studied, forced negativity. And today, not 9 months into this government, we are beginning the rollout of school-based nurseries, which we have promised to the people of this country. Speaking of visits, the honourable gentleman should go and visit the school-based nursery that will shortly be opening in his own constituency. Because never do I hear from members opposite they'll be visiting these nurseries or visiting the breakfast clubs. Maybe they could take some time out of their busy schedules to go and do precisely that. Madam Deputy Speaker, the only priority that they have is to bring back tax breaks for private schools, taking away resources from our state schools. That's the one idea that they have, the one idea that they have. Their idea of fresh thinking is to spend the money they didn't raise on plans they didn't make. And Madam Deputy Speaker, on the questions the Right Honourable Lady asks, we are investing £8 billion in expanding early years entitlements, alongside doubling the early years pupil premium, alongside a £75 million expansion grant, and alongside compensation for school-based nurseries too. Madam Deputy Speaker, the contrast with this government and the party opposite is like night and day. I am proud that at the Department for Education, under a Labour government, it is week in, week out, the Department for Hope. The hope of a brighter and better future for our children and our country. Free breakfast clubs, a cutting-edge curriculum for all of our children, the biggest overhaul of children's social care for a generation, funding for up to 10,000 new school places for children with SEND, backing up to 10,000 more apprentices to qualify, new improvement teams in our schools, a new allowance for kinship carers, new support for expanding foster care. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the difference between this Labour government and the party opposite. We are the party of hope, and if their recent leadership contest is anything to go by, they can't decide if they're the party of fear or the party of despair.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Early years was another strand of education decimated by the last government. And as a former teacher, mum and now an MP, although the benches opposite have not valued this sector, I know the value it plays for children and families in our communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, although in Portsmouth we do not have one of the 300 nurseries announced in today's first wave, I commend the government for this initiative. I also want to take this opportunity to commend and praise all those who work in this sector. and provide opportunities for the young people in my city, and to thank them for the fantastic work. I also want to take the opportunity to ask the Secretary of State to give an update to the House to delivering plans for the September 2025 childcare expansion, and explain how she expects to benefit, how parents expect to benefit from the 30 hours rollout across those fabulous nurseries in my city.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who, through her background and wealth of experience in education, brings real expertise to this place. Through the expansion that we are rolling out this year, parents will see considerable savings, but crucially it will make sure that all of our children get the best possible start in life. And whilst I recognise her disappointment that her own constituency didn't benefit this time around, I note that Portsmouth South has secured a school-based nursery this time around. And of course, this is only phase one of what will be a wider rollout as time progresses.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Access to flexible, high-quality early years provision gives children the start they deserve, parents the choice they need to live their lives, and it's one of the best possible investments we can make in the future of our country. So for those families living in childcare deserts left by the previous Conservative government, today's announcement will be welcome news, and I welcome the sorely needed uplift in early years pupil premium. But school-based nurseries can only ever be part of the puzzle. We will never fix the crisis in early years without fixing the deep problems facing private and charitable providers. They deliver the vast bulk of the government's free entitlement, and yet they face some of the toughest challenges in making ends meet. The government's national insurance hike, their failure to ensure rates actually cover delivery costs, and their damaging guidance to local authority on funding agreements, which has come into effect this week, means that many are struggling to stay afloat. And we've already heard the Early Years Alliance survey found that 4 in 10 said they would reduce their number of funded places for 3- and 4-year-olds in the next year. 94% said they would be forced to raise their fees for parents for non-funded hours. Almost a third said they are likely to permanently close. How, can the Secretary of State tell me, is that extending choice for parents? Building Blocks Nursery in Teddington in my constituency is now operating at a loss and faces some incredibly painful decisions which will hurt parents, children and staff. So while I welcome today's announcement, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to ask the Secretary of State, will she commit to an urgent review of the rates paid for free entitlements to ensure they cover delivery costs? Will she finally take this opportunity to recognise the deep damage that the national insurance hike is doing and ensure that early years providers are exempted? And finally, will she look again at the damaging guidance issued by her department on charging and funding agreements?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. Like her, I pay tribute to the big range of providers who play a crucial role in supporting our children's early education. That does, of course, extend to private voluntary providers and also childminders who are a crucial part of the sector. The announcement that we're making today around school-based nurseries is designed to deal with many of the challenges that the Honourable Lady identifies around childcare deserts left behind by the party opposite. We also know that school-based providers have a greater share of the market in more deprived areas, and 34% of those announced today will be serving disadvantaged communities. Alongside this, I do note that she welcomes the biggest ever uplift that we have secured in the early years pupil premium that will make a big difference to the life chances of children from more disadvantaged backgrounds. Where it comes to the rates, of course, we will always continue to keep those under review. In terms of the guidance, she asks about the charging guidance that has been issued. I do believe it is important that parents have a greater degree of transparency where it comes to charging and fees, and where they are able to exercise greater choice about what is being offered to them. I do believe that that is the right approach, not least as we move towards a system where the vast bulk of childcare is government-backed.
Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've actually seen more Tory MPs changing a light bulb than there are in the chamber today. And I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State, because one of the schools in my constituency, which is a very good school, Thomas Gray, also welcomes it. So thank you very much, Secretary of State. And would she, and the parents' children do a fantastic job there. So would she agree with me, quite simply, that actions speak louder than the many words the opposition say?
Secretary of State.
I do agree with my right honourable friend, and like him, I pay tribute to the amazing staff working right across education in our schools and nurseries for the vital work that they do.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I like the Right Honourable Lady, and I really enjoyed her sunlit Upland speech. Anyone would think there was a leadership contest on in the Labour Party. But I didn't quite hear the answer to my right honourable friend's question about the way in which the increase in national insurance contributions is going to hit all nurseries all at once, whereas what we're getting at the moment is an initial tranche of 300 out of an intended 3,000 new arrangements for her announcement to be fulfilled. Over how long a period does she expect to get from 300 to 3,000?
Secretary of State.
I'm glad the right honourable gentleman likes a bit of hope and optimism. I think we could all do with a bit of hope and optimism in the current world. I tell him the leadership contest that I'm really looking forward to is the one that we're going to have very soon in his own party. I'm really looking forward to that one. I think it'll be a treat for all of us in this House. He asked some serious, although I hope it doesn't happen because I'd much prefer things to carry on just as they are. I note the questions that the honourable gentleman asks. What I would say is that we have secured an extra £2 billion at the budget, taking that total to £8 billion for early years entitlements. In addition to that, a £75 million expansion grant, compensation for public sector employers, and alongside that, the biggest ever uplift in the early years pupil premium. We are working very closely with the sector in order to deliver the places and the staff that are required, and will continue to do so in the months ahead. In answer to the question, this is the first phase, and we will roll out the 3,000 over the course of this Parliament.
Katie White.
Speaker, can I warmly welcome the refocusing on early years from this government, and can I welcome the school-based nursery announcements today. Particularly, I'm excited about the one at Tranmere Park Primary in Guiseley in my constituency. Can I ask the Secretary of State, how many children do we think will be affected by this announcement, and how many parents are going to be benefiting from it as well?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I look forward to the extra places that will be available in her constituency to serve local families. What we're setting out today will create 6,000 new childcare places, most of which we expect to be available from September 2025. So we are moving rapidly to support schools to put in place the spaces for children that we know are required.
Manuela Pertegella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And behind capital funding, what gives children the best start in life is actually the people. So early year practitioners, teachers, teaching assistants, and the early year sector is struggling with a crisis in recruitment and retention, especially in rural areas like my constituency of Stratford-on-Avon. And this leads to fewer places for children and higher costs for families. So what steps is the government taking to address the lack of resources, skills and experience in schools and other early year sectors for delivering high quality education to under 3s?
Secretary of State.
I agree with the Honourable Lady that it is the brilliant people working in early years education who make the biggest difference to our children's life chances. Of course, we need to put the capital in place to create the physical provision, but it is the people that deliver it that matter the most. And I know she brings expertise to this House. I agree that there is more to do in terms of supporting the workforce. We have already taken important steps to support the sector to recruit and retain more staff ahead of the final phase of the rollout. We've also recently introduced an experience-based route to working in the sector at level 3, and also published the Early Years Teacher Degree Apprenticeship Standard, a new undergraduate route to early years teacher status. But we'll be setting out more details later this year as to wider reform, including looking at the questions she raises around workforce.
Graham Morris.
Thank you very much. I warmly welcome this statement from my right honourable friend and neighbour, and I particularly welcome that Yordan Primary School in my constituency, which is one of the most deprived, disadvantaged communities, not just in the county but in the country, and it's tremendous news. Can the Minister outline the government's timetable and commit to expanding this scheme still further, so that parents across my constituency and others can look forward to an improvement in childcare provision?
Secretary of State.
I join my honourable friend in sending my best wishes to the staff at Yordan Primary School and recognise the important work that they do supporting families and children from more disadvantaged backgrounds. This is an important first step in the government's ambitious plan for change and breaking that link between background and success and making sure that a record proportion of children start school ready to learn. So this is the first phase of what we intend to do, but there is more to come right throughout this Parliament.
Julia Lopez.
Deputy Speaker, on Friday I met 20 incredible women running nurseries and preschools in Havering. They contacted me because they are in utter crisis. Business rates, national insurance and wage bills are all rising while the government caps what they're allowed to charge and then doesn't cover their costs to cover the free childcare hours being offered. Fees are going up and nurseries are now at risk of mass closure. The Education Secretary is driving private nurseries to the brink while not providing enough school-based ones to fill that gap. And I'm afraid her talk of hope is absolutely delusional. And as a parent with 2 small children who speaks regularly to the women running these nurseries, to watch those Labour backbenchers jeering the Shadow Secretary of State for asking questions is absolutely disgusting. So what urgent action is the Secretary of State taking? What urgent action is the Secretary of State taking to prevent a meltdown in childcare that's going to affect working families across this country?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I too speak to early years providers, schools, nurseries, childminders right across our country on a regular basis, unlike the front bench opposite, who seem to spend most of their time complaining about announcements that this Labour government is making. And I pay tribute to the early years workforce and the staff in her constituency too for the important work that they are doing. As I have said on in a number of answers to questions, we have set out £8 billion worth of funding. Alongside that, the biggest ever uplift to the early years pupil premium and a £75 million expansion grant to create the places that are required. And that is on top of the £37 million of capital funding that I'm announcing today.
Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome this government's continued opportunity to breaking down barriers to opportunity, and can I welcome the investment in the nurseries at Monk's Orchard Primary School and Fairchilds Primary School in my constituency. When I visited Fairchilds earlier in the year, I know that this money will go to very good use. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that accessible childcare is essential support for all families, but can she also outline how today's announcement will help to boost household incomes?
Secretary of State.
Absolutely, and I'm delighted that my honourable friend has been able to see it firsthand in her constituency in Croydon the impact that this will make to families. This will support us in ensuring that a record proportion of children arrive at school ready to learn, and this will make a significant difference in supporting families and child development. But critically, as she identifies, this will also put more money back directly into parents' pockets. £7,500 is the figure, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Government's announcement today. But not every parent needs a full childcare place. Many just need somewhere to go with their child, especially in the early months, as parenting can be an isolating and overwhelming experience. So what is the government doing to support community-based options like 1 o'clock clubs and the Sure Start centres, which provide vital spaces for parents and children alike?
State.
I agree about the importance of family support services, especially for our youngest children. And the Honourable Lady mentioned Sure Start. That was a proud achievement of the last Labour government. And I have to say, it was when her party were in coalition with the Conservatives that we saw Sure Start centres close right across the country. But she makes a fair point about the support that is required in those early years, and that's why we are doing more and will do more in the months ahead to make sure that whilst earlier access to early education is a critical part of what many families want to see, alongside that access to high quality health visiting, alongside access to speech and language support, community provision too is critical, and that's why I'm working very closely with the Health Secretary to ensure that all families have got good access to both education, health and care services too.
Damien Egan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to express my gratitude and welcome
this news today. We've got two new nurseries that will be opening in Bristol North East, the Tyning School in Staple Hill and Avanti Gardens in Fishponds. Both areas where we've got lots of young families but not enough nursery provision. So I'd just like to ask the Secretary of State if she can reassure other families in Bristol North East and across the country that this is just the start, and under a Labour government we'll see lots of nursery places open.
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Parents in his constituency in Bristol North East will be able to benefit now from the expansion of school-based nurseries, but this is just the start. And alongside the expansion that we're setting out in primary schools, we are also working very closely with private and voluntary providers and with childminders to deliver the places that families in his constituency and across the country were promised by the party opposite, but this Labour government will deliver.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Emma, who runs a nursery in the small village of Sayers Common in my Mid-Sussex constituency, wrote to me recently about the impact of national insurance rises. I recognise that this announcement today will focus upon really deprived areas, and in West Sussex I can see that there are 2 primary schools in Crawley in particular. That's a town with proper deprivation, but deprivation also exists in rural areas. I'm worried that this announcement is giving with one hand into deprived urban areas but taking away by hammering nurseries with increased national insurance contributions in our rural villages.
Secretary of State.
I can assure the Honourable Lady that the list of those schools announced today cover constituencies the length and breadth of our country, serving constituencies both urban and rural. And I do recognise the question that she raises around ensuring there is good, adequate provision in our rural communities as well. And if she wants to share Emma's letter and experiences with me, I'd be happy to respond.
Mary Glindon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for investing in Battle Hill Primary School in the ward where I live and where I was proud to be a school governor for 20 years. Does she agree with me that investing in nurseries in deprived areas like Battle Hill is essential to very young children to get a good start to their education journey?
State.
I agree with my honourable friend. It is where we will make the biggest difference to children's life chances, because all of the evidence is clear that where gaps open up early, they endure into the long run, and it has a lasting impact on children's ability to do well at school, to get good GCSEs and actually their earnings potential into the future. And I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the work that she has done over many years to support her community, including as a school governor.
Vicky Slade.
Speaker, whilst I too are really excited about these opportunities for some communities, I am really concerned about the growing gap between the school-based nurseries and community-based ones. Settings like Cuddles, Nature Nursery and Trailway Tots in my constituency of Mid Dorset, North Poole. When they have written to ministers to express their concerns, they've often been encouraged to apply for small business rate relief. But given the space standards, this simply doesn't apply. The average early year setting for 23-24 was 21,000, so they simply can't apply because of the standards required by the Education Service. In Wales and Scotland, nurseries are exempt from business rates and schools have it factored into their funding formula. So how are we going to make sure that community settings benefit and that we're not just seeing children transferred, toddlers transferring into these school settings and closing other settings?
Secretary of State.
If the Honourable Lady would like to write and share further information, I'm sure my honourable friend, the Minister, would be happy to respond to the questions that she raises. In terms of today's announcement, just to give her some reassurance, 27 of the schools that will be receiving funding will be in a partnership with a private or voluntary early years provider on a school site. But there are important partnerships that can be done in that manner. And alongside that, many of the providers that will be delivering that service that we're announcing today will be doing so around the school day as well. Many schools will ensure that there is provision throughout the year, but also at the start and the end of the school day too, often delivered in partnership with private and voluntary providers.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 4 schools in Suffolk will benefit from today's announcement, and 2 of those schools are in my constituency of Suffolk Coastal. So I'm delighted that Raydon Primary School and Waldring Primary School will benefit from this. Does the Minister agree with me that this new scheme will directly benefit rural constituencies like Suffolk Coastal, where nursery provision is even more challenging to access for families and for working families than our urban neighbours?
State.
My honourable friend raises an important point, and I'm delighted to hear about the impact this will make in her constituency of Suffolk Coastal and across Suffolk. We do believe that in rural communities there is an important role for school-based provision in expanding early years opportunities. Where we already have schools right at the heart of our communities, this announcement today will allow for further provision, creating early years places for support for children and for families, but crucially an important step in supporting child development as well.
Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the announcement today because Carrie Mallet Church of England School in Glastonbury and Somerton was successful in this round of funding and can expand their early years provision. But there are many early years providers like Haswick Moor Childcare in Barrington that face significant funding challenges. So given that more than 3/4 of entitlement places are provided by private, voluntary or independent nurseries, why are these not more central to expansion plans as they continue to face the nightmare of employment national insurance contributions, price rises and, sadly, risk of closure?
True State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, they are central to our plans and they have a critical role to play in supporting children and families and delivering on the rollout. But what I'm also keen to stress, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that school-based nurseries also have an important role too, supporting children from more disadvantaged communities where they already have a higher proportion of the market share. We think that can be expanded further in order to provide really high quality early years provision, working together with private, voluntary and independent providers.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I pay tribute to the early years workforce. I would like to strongly support the Secretary of State's announcement today, and indeed the way in which it builds on other announcements made recently by her and her department. Could she say a little bit more about the benefits, particularly to the most disadvantaged children, including those who might have English as a second language?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. We know from all of the evidence that children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds have the most to gain from high quality early years education. That's why today's announcement will allow us to provide more places for children and for families alongside the expansion and the big uplift in the early years pupil premium, again determined to make sure that children from more disadvantaged backgrounds are able to take up places where it comes to childcare.
Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's announcement today, in particular the increased funding. However, the Government needs to address problems funding nursery provision in the private sector as well. Castle Kindergarten in my constituency has written to me about how new restrictions on what nurseries can charge parents to bridge the gap between government funding and the actual costs of childcare services are placing most private providers in a precarious position. A recent article in the Times highlighted that nearly 60% of childcare providers plan to limit the number of government-funded places due to these restrictions. So can the Secretary of State meet with me and my constituents to discuss this issue?
True State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend the Minister will be happy to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss this further. Where it comes to charging and guidance, I would just say that I do believe it is important that parents also have transparency around what they are being charged and what they're being charged for, especially where it comes to accessing government-backed provision. I do think that is an important principle. In terms of the funding, as I've set out already to this House, we have increased the early years pupil premium by 45%. Alongside that, the £75 million expansion grant. And just this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, to give one example, the rate for under twos has increased on average by 3.4%.
Sally Jameson.
I welcome today's announcement of capital funding, especially to Armthorpe's Shorewood Academy in my constituency. So can the Secretary of State confirm what revenue funding these nurseries will also receive as a result of today's announcement?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. The investment in her constituency will allow parents to take up the offer around expanded childcare and entitlements. We will make sure that the places are available for parents, and eligible parents will be able to access the entitlements that we are expanding and rolling out with the £8 billion of investment that we announced at the budget.
Callum Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. I warmly welcome the inclusion of Great Horwood Church of England School in their first round of funding. The school's head teacher, Paula Shaw, like every school leader across Buckinghamshire, Milton Keynes and across the country, is working tirelessly to ensure that every child and their family has the opportunity to thrive. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that it is vital that parents in both urban and rural communities never have to choose between their family and their job?
Secretary of State.
I agree with my honourable friend, and I pay tribute to Paula Shaw and the team for all of the work that they are doing to support children and families. We were delighted that so many schools came forward to apply to take part in this first phase. Demand far outstripped supply, so we will be returning to this. But I'm delighted that Paula and her team felt able to take part in this and see the benefits that the extra places will bring to his constituents.
Paul Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, there's been a game-changing announcement today for my community in South Ribble. Not only has Runshaw College in Leyland been awarded £1.8 million through the Higher Education Capital Improvement Funds today, but Northbrook Primary Academy in Leyland and Longton Primary School have both been included in the provision of the school-based nurseries, and I'm absolutely delighted, and I thank ministers. Does the Secretary of State agree this is both offering a huge opportunity now for the development of our young children, but also putting large sums of money back in the pockets of working people? We promised, we delivered, and that's why those benches are empty. Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is a brilliant champion for the people of South Ribble, and it's a testament to him and his hard work that he continues to make the case for investment. I would say alongside that, in addition to putting more money back into parents' pockets through our breakfast clubs, through rolling out primary-based nurseries, we are also making sure that all of our children get a brilliant start in life. I know he is as passionate as I am about ensuring that we break that link between background and success, that where you're from doesn't determine what you can go on to achieve.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm absolutely delighted with today's announcement that the fantastic Ringway Primary School in my constituency in Stake Ford will be amongst the first in the country to have to host a school-based nursery. This, combined with a much-needed and long-in-the-planning rebuild of the school facilities, will have a huge impact, an immeasurable impact on the life chances of young people in my area. Does my honourable friend agree with me that investments of this nature, mainly in socially deprived areas, will be of huge importance, and will she commit to rolling out further such schemes in my patch as soon as possible?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend can be assured that where the Early Adopters Breakfast Clubs programme was just the start of a national rollout, to give one example, and I'm delighted that Ringway and his constituency are part of the first phase of our primary-based nurseries, school-based nurseries programme, and absolutely we are determined to ensure that there is more provision right across our country. In terms of those announced today, 34% will be serving communities that experience disadvantage. It is important that we ensure that all families right across our country are able to take up childcare and early years provision, and it's critical that we deliver those places, and that's why today's announcement of £37 million of capital investment, including in his constituency, will be a critical part of that.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today. I had the opportunity to visit Gerounds Primary School in my constituency only last week and saw the incredible work they were doing, supporting young people and showing them the value of having community pride and also the importance of oracy. And I have to say, they gave their local MP a very good drilling. And I'm delighted that Gerounds will be one of the 300 schools to deliver on our pledge of a new school-based surgery. Can I ask the Secretary of State how this will benefit children and parents in my constituency and add to my honourable friend's pledge ask for more in Harlow?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join with my honourable friend in paying tribute to the team at Gerounds for their amazing work in giving our children the best start in life, and I'm delighted that they were able to bid to take part in this scheme. The announcements that I'm setting out today and the announcements that we have made across government are putting more money back into parents' pockets, but also making sure that all of our children get a brilliant start in life, alongside giving parents extra choices where it comes to the working hours that best fit their family circumstances.
Luke Akers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's announcement that 7 new school-based nurseries will be established in County Durham, including one at Bloemfontein Primary School in my constituency. The head teacher there has said this will transform unused space at the school and help address the current shortage of nursery spaces in our area. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that parents in Craghead and beyond in North Durham will benefit from cheaper childcare through these new school-based nurseries?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Parents right across County Durham, as he sets out, will be able to benefit from higher quality, more available and more affordable childcare. We're putting money back into parents' pockets, but we are also providing the places that are required across our country, and that includes in communities that we know have the most to gain from high quality early years provision. We know that it is children from more disadvantaged backgrounds who make the greatest gain when they can access early years education, and that is the difference that this Labour government is making.
Deirdre Costigan. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for today's announcement, which includes funding for more nursery places at Allenby Primary School in Ealing Southall, saving local families an average of £7,500 a year in childcare costs. Does she agree that, added to yesterday's increase in the national living wage, which will see £1,400 added to 3 million people's pay packets, that this is a clear evidence of Labour delivering on our promise to make work pay?
Yeah. I agree with my honourable friend, and I join her in sending my best wishes to Allenby, who are taking part in our first phase. She is right that this is the difference a Labour government is making, supporting working families, putting more money back into their pockets, the record pay rise that was delivered yesterday, but alongside that, a crucial focus on making sure that in the early years, our children get all of the support that they deserve to break that link between background and success.
Terry Jeremy.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Swaffham is a small market town in my rural southwest Norfolk constituency. It's seen significant house building over the last few years, so every time I go, they are keen to talk about the impact of childcare and the lack of spaces, which is why I'm so pleased that the Swaffham Church of England Primary Academy is being funded as part of this scheme. Can I warmly invite the Secretary of State to Swaffham to see what an impact, a positive impact, this policy is having on a rural community like mine?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend raises an important point, which is that where we see housing development and where we see changes taking place, we ensure that we've got high quality childcare and early years provision running alongside that. And as a part of that process, through the bidding that schools were able to take part in, we did consider questions around local need, and I'm delighted that Swaffham will be taking part. But either I or my honourable friend will be happy to try and visit to see the provision, perhaps when it's up and running.
Jodie Gosling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I cannot be more pleased to welcome this news today. As a previous nursery manager, I understand the need to ensure that all children have the very best start. I remember the sense of abandonment when short start health visitors and school nurses were retracted from our community provision, and I, like many others, have had to face salary cuts to myself and salary sacrifices to keep our nursery doors open, not now, but under the previous government in the last 8 years. On Friday, I visited Stockingford Academy, one of the schools benefiting from the announcements today, and heard that their dedicated team and the challenges they faced. In this year's, only 7% of the 75 children are on track. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this provision will transform high deprivation places that are already facing 46% of their population in high dep?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and it takes me back to June last year when, with my honourable friend, who was at that point Labour's parliamentary candidate, we launched Labour's plan to deliver more school-based nurseries. And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, coming out of that plan, we announced the action that parents in this country voted for.
Long questions are just going to prevent your colleagues getting in, so please keep them short. Sean Woodcock.
Deputy Speaker, in response to my honourable friend Member for Bootle, I actually think there's fewer members on the benches opposite than there are pages in the book The Very Hungry Caterpillar, which says everything about where they're coming from. Mr Speaker, I'm really grateful to the Secretary of State for her statement and for the fact that my constituency of Banbury, the town of Chipping Norton, will be getting one of the first 300 announced today. Does she find it hard, though, like me, to take lectures from the parties opposite when it comes to the issue of provision of childcare?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, it is this Labour government that is getting on and delivering the childcare places that parents across our country want to see, including in his constituency in Banbury. And I know how hard he works for his constituents to make sure their voices are heard in this place, a real champion for local families. And I want to make sure, together working with him and colleagues right across this House, we deliver better life chances for all of our children.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to the IFS School Business Report, early years education is vital for children's development. So can I welcome Horsted Infant School and 2 others in Medway and 5 others in Kent announced today? Does the Minister agree with me that this investment, coupled with that given by Labour councils across the country in school streets programmes, will create a true learning environment fit for purpose?
Secretary.
I join with my honourable friend and I welcome the important contribution that Horsted and his constituency will be playing as a part of this scheme. I agree we have to do a lot more as a country to make sure that all of our children get a brilliant range of experiences, including in their early years, with the highest quality provision. And today's announcement takes us a step further forward to that reality.
James Asson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State said in her announcement that many of these school-based nurseries will be in places with the greatest need. That's certainly the case in my constituency, and I'm very grateful that Portway Primary in West Ham has been included. I have said in this House before that my constituents don't lack ambition, they lack opportunity, and I think education is the golden ticket to open that opportunity. Could the Secretary of State therefore agree with me that nurseries not only provide opportunities for children but for adults, and could she assure us that as the programme is rolled out, the focus will remain on tackling those areas of need, not just educational but economic and other forms of deprivation too?
The expanded provision at Portway in his constituency will make a big difference, as he says, to supporting parents with work opportunities, to have more money in their pockets, to take on the hours that suit them. But critically, it will allow us to provide more support for children, including those from disadvantaged backgrounds and including right across his constituency.
Helen Moo.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, Tralee Primary School sits at the heart of my Campbell, Redruth and Hale constituency. It's surrounded by an area that suffers from profound levels of poverty and deprivation. If ever there was an area that needed some good news on early years, it is this, after the shameful neglect by the previous government. Does the Minister agree with me that new childcare places in new and expanded nurseries, including Tralee Primary School, will help children from the most deprived backgrounds achieve the best start in life after life chances of children from deprived backgrounds were ignored by the party opposite for years?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend raises an important point about the impact that this will have. On average, 40% of the overall gap between disadvantaged 16-year-olds and their peers has already emerged by the age of 5. That is why it is critical that we invest in the early years, where we give more children the best possible start in life. And today's announcement will create much needed quality early years provision and places, including in his constituency.
Sam Carling.
I enormously welcome the government's decision to introduce these 300 new government-funded school-based nurseries. Particularly delighted that one of them will be in the Hampton Vale Primary School in my North West Cambridgeshire constituency. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that these new nurseries will make a real difference to families in my constituency and across the country by saving them up to £7,500?
Secretary of State.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the announcement today will support parents to save up to £7,500 a year. It will put more money back into parents' pockets, and taken together with our commitment to roll out 750 free breakfast clubs from later on this month, this is a Labour government that is on the side of working parents.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The announcement of a new school-based nursery at the Heath Hayes Primary Academy in my Cannock Chase constituency is very welcome and shows that this Labour government is keeping its promises and delivering for parents and children. With capacity being very stretched at Heath Hayes, this capital investment is very welcome. As a parent of a child who benefited hugely from a school nursery, would my right honourable friend agree that school-based nurseries set children up perfectly for going into reception?
State.
I agree with my honourable friend, and I've seen for myself the impact it has. Often for parents where they already have older children at the school, it makes that eases that start in reception year from nursery into reception. It sets up children to succeed. It allows staff, importantly, to build those relationships with parents and with families, and also to identify if there are problems that are developing, critically in areas like SEND, where the earlier that we spot problems, the earlier we can intervene and put in place the support that's required.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for her announcement today, because this is an investment in early years, which is an investment in the future of our communities. And in my Lichfield constituency, an investment of hundreds of thousands of pounds at Spring Hill Primary Academy in Burntwood, Boney Hay Primary Academy in Burntwood, and St Stephen's Primary in Fradley.
These schools do amazing work in supporting the next generation. This money will be used to renovate facilities, give children a better environment to start their learning in, expand the number of places and help provide that 30 hours of free childcare that working parents so desperately need. Can I put on record my thanks for these schools, and can I ask if the Secretary of State will join me in visiting schools and celebrating the wonderful work that he's done?
Just say yes, Secretary of State.
I will do my very best to make a visit to Lichfield and see the fantastic provision, and critically to see the brilliant work that he is doing to champion local schools and nurseries in his constituency.
Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On these benches, we recognise that school-based childcare offers some of the best childcare. And I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State today, which means the government will be supporting the expansion of the rural nursery at Paddle School near Cockermouth. Could the Secretary of State share with the House how these plans will help parents get into work?
Secretary of State.
My humble friend knows better than most the importance of providing high quality provision, including in rural communities, to avoid parents having to travel considerable distances. And the announcement today will make a big difference in his constituency and in constituencies across the country. We also saw, through applications to this scheme, real demand. We had over 640 schools applying to take part, so a big demand that's there, and that's something we want to take forward in future phases, including in rural communities.
Josh Simons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After a night of little sleep, I'm feeling something that many have said in this chamber before. Being a parent in this country is too exhausting and too expensive. That's why on Friday I'm hosting a coffee morning targeted at dads with former Wigan Warriors players and Andy's Man's Club. It's also why I am so delighted that down the road, Hindley Green Community Primary and Hindley St Peter's will benefit from this government's investment in new nurseries. That is this Labour government investing in working families that I represent. So can I thank the Secretary of State for that and ask her about the timeline for rolling out this scheme to further schools that I represent in my constituency?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the work that he is doing to support local families, and also the work he is doing to support dads, because becoming a parent for the first time can be a daunting experience for new mothers, but it can also be daunting for fathers too, and they need support as well, so I pay tribute to him. This is the first phase of our announcement, Madam Deputy Speaker. We will draw on the experience of those schools that take part in the first phase as we take forward future phases, and this will create 6,000 new places that will be available, the majority of which will be available from September 2025. That is the difference that a Labour government is making.
Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am so excited to hear about the nursery at St Anne's Church Academy in Weston-super-Mare, especially from the dispatch box today. People like Julie McCallum at Play and Learn in Whirl have shouldered the burdens of the previous government's evisceration of early years and their lack of strategy on this. So would the Secretary of State join me in thanking so many early years practitioners across my constituency and the UK for their tireless work to give our children the best start possible?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate the amazing early years workforce and our education workforce in Weston-super-Mare and across our country. They are the people that make the biggest difference in the settings to children. Important as capital is, and today gives us the opportunity to create those places, it is the people that deliver for our children and support them in their earliest years that make the biggest difference, and for that they deserve our praise.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We started out with 6 honourable members on the benches opposite, divided by 2, that's what's left now. But perhaps, given their track record in this field, the rest have been put in detention for the rest of the day. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm so proud to see that Smallford Primary Academy in my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove has been selected for a new school-based nursery. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that such nurseries are vital in places like Smallford, not only for the childcare they provide, but to help with school readiness, for closing the developmental gap early on, and for giving every single child the best start in life?
My honourable friend is absolutely right about the difference that early years provision makes, and the difference it makes not just in those crucial early years, but right throughout children's lives too. The evidence could not be clearer, and I'm delighted that in Smallthorne and in many communities across our country, more children will have the opportunity to benefit from high quality early years provision, critical to their life chances, but also really important for parents in his constituency as well.
Noah Law.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that the families and children of Pondu Primary School are delighted to welcome
the investment in the nursery announced by the Secretary of State today, not least because Central St Austell has sadly become one of the second most deprived ward in the whole of Cornwall. So what impact does the Secretary of State expect this to have on that chances of those children living in deprived families in life?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that children from more disadvantaged backgrounds have the most to benefit from high quality early education, and they benefit the most when that starts earlier. And we know also alongside that so much of the overall gap has already opened up, and that 40% of the overall gap between disadvantaged 16-year-olds and their peers has already emerged by the age of 5. That's why it is